And we're back. Sub-Tournament 4 continues today. Also, if you guys didn't notice, I extended the rat challenge because we were 87%. So I'm like, screw it. We're just going to extend it. So there you go, everyone in chat. Very happy. Well, I'm here with the current desk, which is Invictus, and Freya, and myself, obviously, before we get to the first match. Freya, you were rushing home today. You got here just in time, actually, for the matches to start.
I was going out to get a nice suit for BPL, so I could look very presentable. So I needed to make sure that got tailored, and
Where is it?
Things ran a little bit long, but
yeah, where is the suit, huh?
It's it's sitting on my bed right now. I'm saving that for tomorrow. For the playoffs. That's when I need to look the best.
Okay. Of course. That makes sense.
My suit's
you
on
have a suit
too.
You have a suit too?
I mean, I can put it on. I have many suits.
Sure. Yeah, we'll put on the suit right now.
All right.
How about hop on in and then put on the suit? Yeah, we'll fill while we wait for you to put on the suit, Invictus. So you're looking dapper. There he goes. Well, we're gonna wait for Invictus to get his suit on. So is that?
I think that's his.
Is that what's going? Is that him moving the drawers around?
He's like rearranging all his furniture just to get the suit on.
I don't know what's happening there, but okay. Well, Solomon put him back down to the other channel, so good work, Solomon. Well, in that case, Solomon, can we get the schedule and standings for today, you guys, if you aren't aware? So the schedule here, as you can see, is that we're starting with Golira and Left Michigan Baby Eaters, and Bad Vibes Banished, British Seals, Komodo Knights, Genesis, High Ground Rhinos, and Jasmine. And then obviously, if we're taking a look, this is at the main stream, by the way. There's two other streams, the B stream and the C stream. If you want to take a look at those, the schedule for those are right up here with, of course, there's a big one. That first match, I have to say, Freya, Reverb and Women Love Us. I think that's a pretty interesting one. Myself, as Joshin has now historically gotten more wins ever than he ever has in a sub-tournament in this one.
He pulled out all the stops for this sub-tournament. His roster is looking incredible. I think they've won both their matches in a dominant fashion, I would say. And surprisingly, Joshin is kind of looking like the favorite here to win the sub-tournament. Which, going from not getting a single win to being the favorite, like that's such a glow up for him.
It is. It's only taken him 4 sub-tournaments. And Invictus, you're back. Do you have a suit to show us?
I do.
Let's see it. Solomon's putting you on. Oh!
Oh!
Wait a minute. Is that the Gucci suit on Invictus right there? The Gucci? And my goodness, I can't believe he's gone and done this to us. Well, Invictus, that's an incredible look. Well, so let's talk about then Overwatch now that we've talked about your drip a little bit, Invictus. The first match of the day that we're about to do here, which is going to be Golira and Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Do you have any insight that you think you can lend us to this match? Like, looking at the rosters coming up here, like neither of these teams have won a match yet.
Well, I mean, as we know from last sub-tourney, Toxic just built the perfect team and they made it all the way. So I have faith in Toxic. I think he has a strat. So far, not successful, but I trust. I think he has a spreadsheet out. He has everything laid out. How he's gonna do is gonna make this lower bracket quote unquote run is the closest you can do to it. But I think they can bounce back from yesterday and take it all. But then again, we also have the Left Michigan Baby Eaters, a vast favorite team. He said yesterday.
Well, I did enjoy their branding. I enjoyed their branding. I think they also made a cover of a song that I had the Q White Boy did, which was fun as well. Well, Freya, I mean, also now that you're looking at both these teams, do you feel like there is a current favorite in this upcoming match, or are they both pretty even?
I feel like they're both pretty even, but if I had to pick one to be the favorite, I'd probably pick Golira just off the back of Toxicinator always coming in with strong teams. He did it in Sub-Tournament 3. He did it in BPL Season 2. He's just a really, really strong captain and really knows what makes a team work. So I think he can bounce back from this. And I think he can definitely take this match and make, as Vic said, the lower bracket run, or as close as he can to it.
So Invictus, your prediction then, is it with Golira or is it with Left Michigan Baby Eaters, if you're going to make
I said the exact same Freya said, so I don't know why Freya just copied what I said.
Oh,
And, you know,
okay.
come on,
I
Freya.
give you credit
Call him
for it.
out. Call him out
No,
for it.
it's not plagiarism if you cite your sources, and I
There you
cited
go.
my
Sure.
sources.
It's in the bibliography.
Perfect. Yes.
So we're in
Yeah,
agreement
yeah.
then. Both.
I do
both
think
of you
it'll
are
be a
voting
close
Golira.
game, though. I think both teams are, you know, trying to get their first win here, and I think it should be a close game. But I think Golira does take it in the end.
Okay, well, excellent. Well, the team is in lobby, so I believe we're ready to start. Solomon, I don't know. Take it. If that's true, take us in. If not, leave us where we're at, I guess, because I'm not quite sure. We don't really have. Solomon used to have a text to like he'd put it up on screen, tell us we're ready to go in a match.
He
But
just said,
I don't know if we're
not.
what.
I mean, he told you yesterday to read the the
Oh,
chat.
A live? Yeah, let me read the
Yes,
first
there
map.
we go.
Ilios, not ready yet. Okay, well,
There.
see, that's the thing. That's a lot for me to do, right? That's a lot for me to do, Victus. It's just so many tasks. Well, then I have to ask Vic, you know, before we head away as well. How was work today? Huh? Did work go all right for you?
It was a pretty chill day today. It's like a half day, so you know I got home in time, got some nice dinner, and I had my coffee just now. So I'm ready
That's
for
nice.
the next 4 hours or so to observe and then crash and disappear.
That's
So,
good.
that's my plan.
Sounds like a sub-tournament classic. Freya, have you eaten, or are you going to go hungry during this?
Oh no, I've eaten. Don't worry, I'm all
Okay.
set. I've eaten. I got my water in front of me. I am all ready to go.
Well, that's good because you know there's catering in the back. We have catering in the A control room. You know, so if you want to get some catering there, you can grab some there as well. It's all for the talent. So that's
I'm
you
pretty
guys,
sure
okay?
I'm pretty sure Solomon ate all of that.
Solomon ate all the catering.
Yeah.
I find that hard to
he-
believe.
Did he leave any of those little sandwiches with the toothpicks in them? Because those are always my favorite. They're
Yeah,
like
just
tiny little bite size.
He ate
just
that. He
bread
ate
and
all those
toothpicks.
first. He ate those. He just ate the bread and the toothpicks. He left the meat. Solomon just left all the filling of the sandwiches. Well, it seems like half of the teams are ready, but they're taking quite a long time for
Yeah.
everything to be ready. So, oh wait,
Well,
they're heading in.
Are we? We are.
They are. Solomon just said we're heading in.
All
So
right.
get this. We're going to join you later, but Freya and I are going to go to the game.
We're gonna head right in. And
The game.
We'll see you. Once
Okay, well, we
the
lost
screen
him.
switches.
Victus. He's gone. Once the screen switches, though, I know we're in the lobby, though. I can see the game up there right now. We're just kind of getting faked out here a little bit, Freya. So first map, Ilios. Let's talk about the maps. We're in Ilios
there
first.
we go.
Here.
Now we can see the screen. But let's see this map. I don't know. I think Golira has a strong front line that can do work around this pit. And I think that using the boops from their Lucio, playing this very split ball comp, I think they can sort of thrive in the chaos.
I agree. I mean, playing this very hectic style is really tough for anyone to counter if they're on the rush. And we don't currently have a program feed. Oh, it's coming back. There we go.
We're safe.
A full screen feed because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see shit. So luckily we can see things now. So left Michigan Baby Eaters, Golira here rolling out on the first fight. Golira playing that very dive-centric comp with the ball with magic on that cannon. And left Michigan Baby Eaters are just right now just setting it up, trying to farm that coalescence, try to engage on one person. There's not a lot of people for them to really dive on though, as they're just playing the mini pack.
Yeah, it looks like Majin K keeps going in, getting some damage in, charging up that ult, taking a bit of poke there, and with Coconut peppering them from the side, they seem to have more control of the point. Left Michigan Baby Eaters is sort of corralled into this small little area before they can really pick a target to jump on. And they try and jump on the Mercy. She just zooms right away with Toxic in the sky there. So Left Michigan Baby Eaters having a really hard time engaging and getting work done on this comp. And we see the first picks already coming in.
Yeah, I mean, you see that engage come out right there, and they get the early D-Mech onto Ahigo. Ahigo going to get back into the mech, but they don't have Liam. So there's really no heals for this comp currently, even though Golira also have very, very low heals. It's fine. Their position's better. They're going to get the first flip and win the first fight, as Ahigo going to go for the reset. And now Golira, close to the Valkyrie, going to have those mines available. And is it Majin K? Is that how I'm supposed to say it?
It's
Majin K. Well, then Majin K does have the mines, so they can set up here.
Yeah, they did a really nice job of making sure they had good positioning around the point. So Left Michigan Baby Eaters couldn't jump on the whole team. They had to try and find a target, but unfortunately for them, there's nobody on Golira that's really diveable. Oh, the hack comes out though. That was a really nice hack from Nyquist to make sure that Majin K could not get the mines down and died for it.
Beautiful, beautiful hack there. There's the nano going out as well onto Guac. Gonna take down Toxicinator. The res comes out though onto Majin K, so there still is a chance for these mines to get a lot of impact. Lime popping that Coalescence. You see Coconut trying to take the duel versus Chance. Gonna go taken down by Cute White Boy with 2. Cute White Boy getting 2 there. Majin K just trying to stall. And a great hack coming out from Nyquist, following up there about the nano too. So just really, really great that they could follow up there and be aggressive. Wait, there's no nano. Wait, how are they playing nano here? There's no nano out. I think I'm blind. There's a Moira. I don't know why I called the nano in that fight for you. I'm not going to be honest. I think my brain's melting just a little bit, but that's fine because Left Michigan Baby Eaters also holding on to 5 ults here. Freya. Okay, well, Freya's gone. Oh, Freya's back.
Yep, we're good. We're saved. Everything is okay. I'm getting a bit of a slideshow here, but I can still tell there was a big beat by Cute White Boy. To sort of get the tempo back for their team as they go in and engage onto Golira.
Well, good news there is that the beat was pretty strong. They also popped the EMP, the bombs being invested for both teams. There's going to be the bomb on point trying to zone Golira. They're really just kind of playing for their life because they don't have the flip still, and they're such a good position here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Another hack coming out, going to be taking out Kill Switch. Wow, following up there, and right now Nyquist getting so much value out of these solo hacks.
Yeah, it looks like Left Michigan Baby Eaters are really playing to the strengths of their comp. They're finding hacks and then immediately jumping onto that target. They look very coordinated here. Look like they're playing to the strengths of that composition. They're making sure they have good positioning so that they can jump in onto whoever they call out as their target. And we see Guac immediately jumps in, and the Cole from Lylum takes down Spooky Ghosts to start this next fight.
I mean, Golira, they're likely just going to back up here. They have time for a re-engage. They should just wait for Spooky Ghost. That's exactly what they're going to do. Coconut, though, playing on top. Just waiting to play this high ground, waiting to touch the point potentially. Beat is up for Stacy as Majin K gets hacked, though, in the back line. Another really impactful hack coming out from Nyquist. And now Golira trying to make it in. Stacy dropping the beat, but only finding 2. Toxicinator already down. Guac going to pick up Spooky Ghost here as well. Chance gonna commit the pulse, doesn't find anything, but a Higo gonna eat Coconut's pulse in return. And now Left Michigan Baby Eaters in firm control of the point. They have the pick advantage. The staggers coming out in from Golira. The EMP gonna be invested finding Coconut and Majin K. And I mean, this is gonna be it more than likely. Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they have the man advantage, they have the focus fire advantage. Golira just staggering in.
Yeah, it's just cleanup time here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Somehow the point gets flipped over to Golira's side, but I don't think it's going to matter. We see these last few cleanup kills. Toxicinator going to be the last one to die, and I don't think Kill Switch can even touch. That's first point going over to Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Say that 3 times fast. I doubt you could.
All right,
I couldn't.
I'm gonna give it a shot. Left Michigan Baby Eaters, Left Michigan Baby Eaters, Left Michigan Baby Eaters. It's a mouthful.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit better than Bong Bongy Bong Bongs, you know?
That one's probably gonna be the biggest tongue twister of the tournament.
That was good. That was well done though, Freya. That was very well done. Well, we're here on the second round now of Ilios. The LMBE. As they might be abbreviated, the Left Michigan Baby Eaters. They are currently up 1 round here over Golira. Golira looking like they're going to play Rush now with the Lucio in the BAP. Get a little Reinhardt in there. Some May McCree action. While the Baby Eaters, they're saying, we're going to stick with what we've been playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working for them, so they may as well. But I think Golira's comp is going to be somewhat of a counter comp. It's hard to dive in on the Reinhardt. They're going to have to find picks here, and it's hard to jump in when you have to jump into the entire team to find a kill. So Left Michigan Baby Eaters is going to have to play this a little bit slower, rely a little bit more on Nyquist and his EMPs. But
well, right as you say that, I mean, they get the hack right there on Majin K. They could take him down. They were trying to find some aggression there for Golira, but now they've had to use the lamp. They don't have any point control. First flip already up here for Left Michigan Baby Eaters as they're forcing him back into this corner. Another hack going to come out into Kill Switch. And then DMAC the Diva here as well. I mean, this is pretty done. because now the Baby Eaters are in such a great position. Early Primal already for Guac, but it doesn't matter because they're all going down. No Primal needed. No extra Guac.
Yeah, they just had to find that nice early kill onto Majin K. Didn't get supported as well as he should have been by his backline. I think they sort of split up, and that let Guac and the rest of the team just burn him down. And now left Michigan Baby Eaters. They've got this Primal, they have the Cole, they're going to have this EMP, and EMP is just going to be a death sentence for Golira. They have to play as 6, but that lets Nyquist come in, EMP them, and get so much done, as we see right here.
Oh my goodness, the EMP just removes the Ant Matrix 2, and Guac, yep, Guac just falls on them, gets so many kills there. They're going to commit the Coalescence late here, but not even necessary. Great EMP again from Nyquist, just so much value being given, and Golira, they're stuck in a tough spot here because they're about to have beat. They're getting close to having this May ult, but the problem here is that there's still so many ults coming up for left Michigan Baby Eaters, and they still have this point control.
Yeah, the problem is left Michigan Baby Eaters only had to commit EMP and Coalescence there in that fight, but now Golira has the opportunity. There's no EMP, but it doesn't matter. Guac and Ahi are just taking down, dismembering Golira.
Oh my goodness, what a great engage there from left Michigan Baby Eaters. 84% and ticking upwards now as they chase into spawn, trying to get some stagger kills. Majin K comes in, charges them down. He's gonna get staggered as well. They won't have the Rhino to retouch that point. 91% and counting down. Sure, no ults really available except for that beat for Q White Boy, but Golira, they're down one player. They have to come touch the point. They have to be careful not to lose anyone else early as they send Spooky Ghost to touch. Spooky Ghost is going to get the touch, the bomb. Going to be invested for kill switch here. Chance trying to pop that Death Blossom, going down to the bomb. Q White Boy popping a later beat here on the point. But also, they have to make sure the Mail, the Shatter's coming down too, finding 2 members for left Michigan Baby Eaters. I think they might be able to clean this up. They have the man advantage.
It looks like they're doing it. The Coconut gets 2 here to clean up this fight, and somehow, some way, Golira managed to flip the point. They're in control now, but they have to be really careful. They used almost every single ultimate in that fight, and left Michigan Baby Eaters is coming up on that scary, scary EMP, and that could be the difference. If they can just hit a good, solid EMP, then I think left Michigan Baby Eaters can take this map, take the point. And we'll see if, with Guac jumping in here, getting on the high ground, taking this advantage, if they can make it work. The team's still just looking like they're poking at each other. Nobody committing to an engage yet.
Well, Coalescence coming out from line right there, and they're going to get the hack onto kill switch. Majin K so low, the counter Cole not soon enough. The EP going to be invested, catching 2 and canceling that Cole. Such a good spot here for Coconut. He needs to get a lot of value. Gets 1, the bomb from kill switch, finding another, and Coconut and kill switch have to be the difference makers right now because left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're split, but they still have Lime. They still have heals. They're trying to contest the point. Ahigo getting the remake kill. Coconut getting Matrix going down, and they might have done just enough for Majin K to make it back, but left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're still looking really, really solid here on the point.
Oh, that was Golira's fight to win after a nice big bomb and a nice high noon from Coconut, but I don't think there's a chance left. I think left Michigan Baby Eaters are firmly in the driver's seat now. Golira is staggering onto the point, but it's not going to be enough. Guac is the only one from left Michigan Baby Eaters taken down, but I might have spoken too soon. Golira is trying to make a comeback. They're staggering, but
no, I think you spoke soon enough.
Left. All right.
I think you spoke soon enough. That's 2 rounds there for Baby. Baby wins.
Baby does win.
Baby wins there, and a very dominant control coming out from the left Michigan Baby Eaters. Yap Guac here for the play of the game is Winston. And I mean, I have to give a lot of credit here to the tank line for left Michigan Baby Eaters, in particular Guac. Their just aggression is so strong. Always keeping the pressure up this entire time, making sure to fall up from each other's cooldowns and ults. So first round on board there for left Michigan Baby Eaters. And remember, these are still group stages, so it's first to 2 here. So Golira, they don't have a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, so Baby Eaters definitely looked like they had so much more synergy between their tank line. I mean, Guac and Ahi were just always on it with their engages. Ahi doing a great job of peeling and making sure that, Guac stayed alive in those engages so that they could farm Coalescence and they could just have that body there. Majin K It kept going in and dying a lot more than Guac was, obviously. And I think that definitely made the difference. Baby Eaters were definitely, their support line was doing a great job of keeping Guac and Ahi alive in those dives.
And it seems like the Sombra play from Nyquist as well, being hugely impactful. They got a lot of value off the manual hacks. So right now, the Michigan Baby Eaters, despite what or the left Michigan Baby Eaters have to specify the direction of their baby eating. It seems like right now, maybe their record doesn't really show the true picture for how strong this team currently is. And Golira, they're up against the ropes. They have to win this next map or their tournament life could be on the line, because being down 2 matches isn't necessarily the end all be all, because it is is it top 2 or 3 make it out of the groups? I think it's
top 2.
Top 2, correct. So it's not necessarily the end of the world for them, but it does require everyone else in their group to lose, right? So it's a very, very tough situation for Golira to be in. So they really want to try to pick up this match if possible. And the next map, it's going to be either a hybrid. It's going to be a hybrid, and it's loser pick. So I'm not quite sure what they're going to favor here. Do you have any insights, Freya? Do you think they might pick something in particular?
I'm not really sure. I feel like Numbani is scary because it's going to be very, very hard to fight into left Michigan Baby Eaters comp. Kings Row is always a favorite. I could definitely see Golira going with Kings Row. They did look to be more comfortable on that rush comp, so they might think that with the advantages from Kings Row as a map, the map geometry of it could give them some sort of advantage. Maybe they've practiced more on it. I think if I had to bet, it would be Kings Row, but we could very well see a different map like Blizzard World or Hollywood here.
Blizzard World? I don't think, has Blizzard World been played yet in Sub Tournament 4? Has anyone even
played once?
Really? Has it actually? Who played it? Do you know?
I don't remember. I just remember one team playing it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was one of the other streams, but it has been played, which surprised me too.
Yeah, that is surprising, because I wouldn't think many teams. I mean, Blizzard World would make sense now after seeing Left Michigan play for them to pick it, because I feel like it's a very strong Sombra map, but I'm not quite sure how I'd feel. If we win it all, do you eat a baby? Asked Donk. And the answer is probably not. Probably not. I don't think I am going to eat a baby. Maybe like a gummy baby. If they have like a giant life-size baby that's made out of gummy, I might, like a gelatin. But also the map picks Hollywood, Freya, by the way. So you had the right read.
All right, Hollywood. I can definitely see Golira's strengths there. They seem to like that ball composition as well, and I figure they probably think they can get some work done there, or maybe they put Majin K on the horse. They try and run some sort of double shield, or maybe an Orisa Diva. I can see the reasons that Golira would pick that, especially since Left Michigan Baby Eaters has really only shown their one comp that they can play with, and I'm not sure if maybe Golira thinks they have some sort of counter comp here.
So you think that the Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they feel most comfortable playing around this Sombra Winston dive? That's like their one comp they've been playing.
I wouldn't say that they're one tricks, but it did certainly seem like they were most comfortable with that comp.
Well, Hollywood, that does give them some options, because especially for like second and last, it can be hard for, if you control the high ground, it can be hard for the Sombra to get around easily. And if you set up like a nice Orisa setup, like you talked about, there's some chances to just get the poke very early and and especially with Coconut, who's been a very high ranked DPS player for hit scan, someone that just kind of get empowered and do a lot of damage early to the team and get picks. So there is definitely a chance for Hollywood to be like the answer, the solution to the Nyquist Sombra. We are supposedly heading in very soon to the match. So this is kind of the do or die for Golira, right? Because if they lose here, then their whole tournament life, it's on the line.
Yeah, if they lose here, it's sort of out of their hands at this point, because they're going to be 0-2 with an 0-4 map score, and there's really not many places they can come back from that. It's going to be very difficult, and rely on the other members of this group to have some sort of weird situation where Golira wins their next map, and then three teams are 1-2. It's just a very difficult situation for them to get out of. So We are going to see Golira on that Orisa. So they are going to be playing this Orisa Diva, it looks like, with Coconut on the Hanzo. They've got the Torb coming in, really just as much of this anti-Left Michigan Baby Eater comp as they can possibly put down.
Now, there have been some subs here because Obel's coming in for Golira along with Toxicinator and YV. But Left Michigan Baby Eaters, I mean, they brought in Just Monica, Monka W. Just Monica is in to play the Reaper. And Store also on the Lucio. So subbing in for Cute White Boy. As Left Michigan Baby Eaters coming in here through this choke, still playing that comp like we talked about. Golira trying to play a lot of this counter dive with Wavy on the Baptiste and Toxicinator on the Torb. A lot of poke coming in, and they're just feeding Liam right now. They're feeding Liam. Is it Lilam? Have I been saying Lime the entire time?
Yes, it does look like it's Lilam. I do spot the second L there.
I didn't see the second L this entire time. Well, the dives coming out there for Left Michigan Baby Eaters have a lot of point presence right now. Not finding any picks too early. Guac, and he popping that bubble a little bit late. Golira trying to keep the pressure on, but the hack coming down on the kill switch. D-Mech, that's so much mitigation here off the field. Guac gonna get pressured off the high ground. The Hulk comes in, but they still won't find a pick just yet. And they're gonna get the boop onto Obel's. Obel's coming down the entire position, disrupted. Coconut gonna find one. Coconut gonna find two. Coconut with two. There's a chance here for Golira. Kill switch gonna drop the D-Mech. A lot of damage, but they still haven't found another pick. They need more. Coconut has to find another. They have the Dragon Strike up available. Getting pressure there. Lilam gonna take down Coconut, dealing with the turret here. And Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're gonna get this first point. Freya. Okay, we've lost Freya again. RIP. F's in chat. Freya's passed.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm back. Clearly, I saw everything, and what I can say is Left Michigan Baby Eaters realized that the best positioning for them was right underneath the high ground of Golira, so it was really hard to spam down on them, and they also got point presence from there, so they just used that and waited to boop someone down from the high ground and force them onto the point and then engage onto them that way. So some smart play there from Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Well, there are a lot of ults on board for both these teams. I mean, EMP is available and the bomb from Ahiko for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, so they have so much here. Golira still playing the high ground, having Killswitch try to contest this point. They're about to have the supercharger. There's the Coom. The Coom is out for Toxicinator, just making sure the dive can't happen. Nyquist gets taken out by Coconut, so no EMP, no hacks. Toxicinator now going to be the one to contest this point. The dive still trying to happen for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, but so much damage off the field. Tank ults invested. Coconut down. The bomb comes out. Wivy almost going down, getting picked up by Guac. Guac gonna find another. The bomb looking to zone, does not get any picks there for Golira. Stacy gonna be popping that rally, but they're gonna lose Obel's and Golira. Their entire position has fallen apart here under the tank ult of Left Michigan Baby Eater. The tank line being so strong here.
Yeah, the kill feed is all Ahi and Guac. This is a textbook example of some tank line synergy. They waited out the Coom, they waited out the ultimates from Golira, and then as soon as they had an opening, they just engaged as hard as they could and caught Left Michigan Baby Eaters, or I'm sorry, caught Golira out of position. But now we see the Dragons coming back in, but just Monica picking up two and just ending Golira's chances of defending this second point here.
And I mean, and what a great EMP coming out from Nyquist, followed up by just Monica there. Taking them all down just by themselves. Just Monica. Wivy getting caught. Stacy also getting caught. The lamp having to be invested, but they can't make it out. They're getting body blocked. They're trying to run. Look at the march of the Penguins, but sadly, I don't think the Penguins can march away from this one. They're going to lose Wivy. In return, going to lose Stacy. Both members of the backline down for Left Michigan, or for Golira. And they're going to have some fights coming up here for last, though. Some ults up. Left Michigan Baby Eaters look like they want to keep diving. Coconut going down, getting absolutely husked apart like an actual coconut.
Oh man, Left Michigan Baby Eaters is just playing so aggressively, so upfront. They're just doing a fantastic job of keeping the pressure on, not letting Golira set up in what Golira wants to make like a little bunker, and Left Michigan Baby Eaters just not letting that happen. They're keeping the heat on. They're keeping these engages strong and making sure that they're jumping in and not leaving any room for Golira to set. We see the bomb.
Oh my goodness! Guac is popping off the bomb through the window, denies it, gets one, gets two, gets three. He's gonna gonna go for 4 here on the Ariza. Guac! Oh my goodness. You need an extra helping of guac. Absolutely. When you go to Chipotle, you're gonna have to get the extra helping of guac here. A little bit of extra, because right now Golira staggering back into the cart, getting cleaned up one by one as guac continues to clean up. And 3 minutes 12 seconds in the bank for Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Guac is just showing them what some real Golira play is like. It's just this is just a fantastic performance from Guac, really showing the full extent of what he can get done on the Winston when he's got a team to back him up. He goes crazy. Every primal he's getting 2, getting 3 kills. He's just unstoppable.
I mean, and once again, though, there's the follow-up from Left Michigan Baby Eaters. Just, it's so strong, too, because Guac making sure to engage with the bomb from Ahigo. So you see this tank line synergy just paying dividends right now for Left Michigan Baby Eaters and Golira. They need an answer. They tried to play the counter dive with Wavy on the Baptiste, but they just would never seem to get any value from their setups. They needed a lot more from the halts, and they just could not get anything from the halts or the windows. This time, though, on the offense, it's looking like they're preferring to go with a more standard rush comp, with Coconut on the Tracer, though, and Toxicinator on the Kree. But still holding on to that BAP.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to have Coconut soften up or try and find a target that they can rush onto, but now they swap, and now that makes no sense. So, and he's back. Whatever he decides to play, I think Coconut is definitely going to be trying to find a pick, seeing if there's anybody from Left Michigan Baby Eaters left open, maybe a support that the rest of the team can rush onto. Sort of playing this interesting rush comp with DPS that would be more suited to the kind of comp that Left Michigan Baby Eater.
Well, the lamp is used here on the corner, but Toxicinator finding Nyquist already. A lot of damage off the field, a lot of the presence for the backline gonna be up. You see Golira trying to speed in, Wavy at the front line. Guac getting pressured so heavily, 25 HP, needs to be cleaned up. Surely at this point, Toxicinator gonna get that kill. Just Monica finds one, but the Wraith having to be used, backing up Coconut there. A hot on their tail, Wavy's with them, cleaning it up. They're gonna be on the Lucio here next. And run away, Store. But Store, I don't think he's gonna be able to run away too fast because Coconut's still there. Actually getting booped off, but still great engage for Golira there. And a lot of credit has to be given to Coconut and Toxicinator, making sure to not only they deny the dive, but Coconut keeping so much pressure early and forcing the cooldowns and hunting down those kills that you talked about, Freya.
Yeah, I think Coconut is just doing a great job of, you know, keeping Left Michigan Baby Eaters on the back foot, because as soon as they try and jump in, he's going to be there on the back line, just putting so much pressure, forcing Ahi back to peel for his supports and not letting him just jump right in with Guac like Guac is doing right now.
And Store getting Wavy a little bit early. Guac getting so much displacement here. The lamp's already been used. There's gonna be a hack too. Stacy going down. The bomb out from kill switch, but really no one's gonna go down. And even if they had, I mean, it's still a rough fight for them to even win. Coconut trying to get some more kills here on the flank. Pulse bomb gonna be eaten, going down to Nyquist, and now Left Michigan Baby Eaters with that engage, still holding onto the choke. Guac playing very, very close, but it looks like they're gonna have to back up because they lost enough members to where they sort of have to give some space now to Golira.
Yeah, the spawn advantage coming in from Golira really saved their bake in that fight. Left Michigan Baby Eaters just lost too many, but we're going to see a big EMP that catches 3, and it's just a cleanup now.
And there was no lamp available there for Stacy because the hack did come out. See Toxicinator dying late, so another great fight there for Left Michigan Baby Eaters, where sure they didn't win the fight on the choke, but they were able to just stagger long enough to where their spawners can come back and they set up that EMP bomb. And now Golira holding on to beat, about to have a shatter. They still hold on to the Death Blossom here. They need to be really careful this upcoming fight because it's now just the setup for Just Monica. They're looking to just set up Just Monica here. Golira likely just want to get a value shatter. Wavy has to get a great beat. The beat's invested. There's going to be the Coalescence as well. Counter beat out from Wavy. The shatter down, putting Just Monica on the ground. And Toxicinator to the backline, finding Lylum in the mid Coalescence. And you're so vulnerable when the Coalescence is out. And now Golira cleaning up here on the cart.
Yeah, they just did a great job of countering the beat from Left Michigan Baby Eaters, not letting them get any space, and making sure that Toxicinator was set up in the back line so he could just freely pull that Beyblade out spin to win, and find some of the back line of Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So now they're set up in a great position. They've taken control of the high ground. Coconut is not going to let Left Michigan Baby Eaters get up there without a little bit of a fight. But Nyquist with this EMP has got to come up big again, and he does.
That's six members caught with the EMP. The death loss from Just Monica is actually just icing on the top, because they were done. They were done for no matter what with that when they're all on cart. They're even getting the stagger here onto Kill Switch.
Oh, that's
goes down a little late. That is a very, very rough fight here for Golira, because also they lost it so deep on second point now, and Coconut getting zoned from behind. And Golira, their ults, they don't have very many great ults here. I mean, ideally you'd love to have a beat, but they do have some options to open it up as Left Michigan Baby Eaters holding onto this high ground, waiting for Golira to set up.
Yeah, window is so hard to use against the comp Left Michigan Baby Eaters, because they can just run away from it, and they can just jump down and find the bat before they even get that window.
And already they've lost several members early. Stacy getting caught on the entry. Killswitch gonna get one, or rather two, with the bomb, but the problem here is that, like, there's no heals for Golira here on the point. Coconut gonna go down. The remake gonna come out for Wahigo and Toxicinator. Killswitch, they're still there. They're still close to the point, but they just had no heals. As soon as Stacy went down early on the cross, there was just not a lot of hope for Golira. And what a good read from Left Michigan Baby Eaters, as they're staggering Killswitch here again on the Diva. Oh, goodbye. Well, not able to get any remake damage there for Killswitch. So a good stagger, a little bit of punch to the face. Freya, have you left us again? I think Freya has yet again, guys, but that's okay. I can do this. Golira now.
You don't need to do this alone. I am back. Just taking little dips in and out of the void, but I'm back. Golira is taking the low ground, going through the cart, trying to put some pressure here. We're gonna have to see a big shatter from Obels, I think, but it's Wavy that goes down first.
Guac is just so smart. The EMP comes out too, finding two members there. Toxicinator, relatively healthy actually. If they can deback this Diva, there is a chance. There's gonna be a Death Blossom. Death Blossom finding one, getting hacked out of it though. Nyquist denying all the value that could have been. And you see earlier too, they were looking for the shatter, but Guac just waiting for the bubble for so long. And now Golira trying to go back, trying to make it back to spawn in time. They're going to have one last fight here, Freya, versus the beat and that Death Blossom for Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult for Golira. They have almost nothing in the tank. They can maybe get a bomb and possibly a Bob this next fight, but Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they've got the beat to counter it. They have the deadly threat of the Death Blossom. There's nothing left for Golira. They're going to have to make magic happen here if they want to cap this second point and not lose right now.
There's going to be the Bob coming out for Coconut, looking to contest the point. Coconut also finding Nyquist, so no hacks on the ground. Coconut still on the off angle, might be able to get Store here. The beat, no beat for Store. The Store is closed. Goodbye. Wavy committing the beat here on point just to make sure that Golira can get it. And they are going to be able to cap second here off of Coconut, just playing the off angle incredibly well and denying the beat. So now a minute 30 on the clock for Golira, and they really want to get time here. Finish with time, because if they finish with OT, they're going to have no bank. They just have to defend versus over 3 minutes for Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Yeah, I said they needed to make magic happen, and Coconut made magic happen. Make sure that Store wasn't able to get off the beat, and just on that off angle, clicking heads, having the Bob there. Just absolutely fantastic work, and they're going to have to set that up yet again in order to make this next fight work. But Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're engaging hard and fast here.
There's going to be the bomb. Kill Switch is going to go down alongside Wavy. So two members down here for Golira. Not the best use of the bomb either, because they're stuck here on the point. Now Golira just going to wait for the respawns. However, Bob's about to be up here again for Golira. Obel's holding on to the shatter. Left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're just trying to play a little passive, a little poke, wait for the recontest to happen. Nyquist holding on to the EMP. We are playing a little EMP watch right now for Left Michigan Baby Eaters as Obel's trying to look for the shatter aggressively. Bob's gonna be out. There's the EMP, catches 4 members. The bomb out from Wahigo, finds 3. Oh, no, and the fight is done there for Golira, and I don't think they can finish with time. I don't even know if they can get another touch.
It's going to be so difficult. Toxic is going to have to get in here and touch the cart. He does manage to do it. He goes down. Will it be enough for Golira to win here? Not if they just keep losing members on the stagger to try and touch the cart here. I think this match might just be over for them. The Shatter doesn't find anything. It's just Kill Switch left on the cart here. It's taken down as well, and that is it. No chance left for Golira to touch.
2-0 for the left Michigan Baby Eaters. Looking like they get to continue forward, and Golira now, they're not out of playoffs yet, but their fate is pretty much out of their hands though, as Nyquist here with the play of the game. And I mean, I think well deserved. These EMPs were great. Every single EMP catching multiple members for Golira, delivering high value the entire time. And now left Michigan Baby Eaters, they've gotten their first win on the board now in sub-tournament 4, and there's hope. There's real hope for them. And if you're a Golira fan, you better pray that everything goes their way if they have any chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, being down not only 0-2 in matches, but 0-4 in maps is really tough. Really tough spot to be in. They need to win their next match 2-0, and that's the only hope they have. And then everything else needs to go right for them. But well played to left Michigan Baby Eaters. They just did a fantastic job here. They stuck with their one comp, but they made it work so well off the back of Guac just being a fantastic Winston, Ahi being his partner in crime, and Nyquist on there with some, like you said, some amazing EMPs, and even his manual hacks, I feel, were really impactful and really set the team up for success.
Well, we can take a look at the standings now after we have this updated match. Do we have an updated standing, Solomon? I'm not sure if we do. Yes, we do. Excellent. So as of right now, with Group B, Bad Vibes Banished still up the top with British Seals, but now left Michigan Baby Eaters, they're in this spot. They have a chance to vie now that they're 2-2 for maps and 1-1. Golira sadly sitting there at the bottom for Group B, but there's still plenty of matches to be played because they, like we talked about, there's still one more match for Golira, one more match to be played here. Actually, I think there's like technically several more matches to be played here for all these teams. So for Group B, it's not done yet by any means, and there's a chance for the left Michigan Baby Eaters to potentially sneak on in past Bad Vibes Banished or British Seals. And Freya, looking at the other teams in this group, do you feel like left Michigan Baby Eaters could potentially sneak into the top 2, or are they dealing with an insurmountable kind of gap?
So my feeling is, as good as they looked, Bad Vibes Banished just looked really fantastic in their first game against Golira. So I think that's definitely going to be the match to watch, but and that's really going to be the deciding for who gets to sneak in. Is Bad Vibes Banished going to be able to have the 3-0, or is left Michigan Baby Eaters going to take them down and knock them into that 2-1? If I had to pick one, I think Bad Vibes Banished looked just a little bit better in their match versus Golira, but left Michigan Baby Eaters definitely looked really strong there. I think that match will end up a 2-1 either way. I couldn't really tell you who is going to win that one, and that's really going to be the decider, I think.
Okay. So still a little bit of uncertainty up in the air if you're a left Michigan Baby Eater fan or a Bad Vibes Banished fan. So still plenty of room to wiggle about. Do we have a schedule for the upcoming matches here as well, Solomon, that we can show the viewers to see what our upcoming matches are? We do. So our schedule for this stream, next up is Bad Vibes Banished and British Seals, both 2-0 in Group B so far. That's going to be the next coming match. Then Komodo Knights Genesis, followed up by High Ground Rhinos and Jasmine. So still lots more matches to be played here. And Freya, looking at the matches that are going to be taking place, at least on this stream, do you have a favorite that you would want to watch, or is there anything, or they're all looking about equal?
So I think Baby Seals versus Bad Vibes Banished will be a good match. But if I had to pick just one, I would pick High Ground Rhinos versus Jasmine. I think High Ground Rhinos is just a fun team to watch. They showed off last match versus Genesis that they played yesterday, and we know Signet. He's a very good Rhine player and a very silly Reinhardt player, and the team is sort of building off that energy, and I think they're going to play some fun Overwatch no matter what. Whether they win or lose, they'll be enjoyable to watch. So I think that's going to be the match that I'm going to be keeping my eye on.
Okay, high ground Rhinos then looking to be a fun match. Well, while we wait for the next upcoming match, let's go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our second match of the day.
I
Oh,
tried
wait.
to message you, but you weren't responding. We have an interview with
We have an interview?
An interview.
and with Ahi and Guac.
Oh, I didn't see the chat. Never mind. No break. Interviews. So we have Ahi and Guac from Baby Eaters.
Yes.
Those are our interviews, huh? Okay, excellent. Well then, I guess let's start out then. Before we go to the break, we have to do this. So first of all, I gotta ask Guac, how does it feel to be on top? You know, right now you kind of popped off. You guys are currently 2-0, or not 2-0, but rather 1-1, I should say, now in your group. And you really need to win your next match if you want to guarantee your top 2. Do you feel like with this past performance, Guac, that you can keep that going, your momentum into this upcoming match?
I think just from this match, how in sync we were listening to comms and how much of a hive mind we were moving together throughout the map. I definitely.
And then Ahigo, you know, the second part of the tank line duo there that just sort of, you know, crushed a little bit Golira's hopes, I have to say. So it's very unfortunate for them. But do you feel like there's any opponent you're most worried about out of your group to make it, that is most likely going to make it to the top 2 if you guys were also to make it into that top and the playoffs, right? Is there anyone that you would want to make it out of your group?
Hey, probably RVB. They seem like a fun team to face, but we are facing them next, so I don't know. Hopefully, we win, but who knows? Sometimes it's just a tank diff, you know, when you go up against opponents like that game.
Okay. And Freya, do you have any questions you'd like to ask either of them?
Yeah, so you two are both on the team. Left Michigan Baby Eaters. What's the best seasoning or sauce? How are you supposed to cook them? I'm a little confused here.
I know salt and pepper is the way to go. But I mean, if you want that, you know, that Cajun seasoning, that je ne sais quoi on your baby, you got to go with like some cayenne pepper, some paprika, really spice it up a bit.
Ooh.
You can't go wrong with barbecue sauce. Always barbecue sauce.
Yeah, there you go.
Donk says cilantro as well. Donk says add a little cilantro to it, which I could see working. I mean, it kind of be like, it's kind of like pork is what they say humans taste like. So I imagine baby would be like a very tender.
Is that what they taste like, Avast? Do you have
That's what they say. I'm not even kidding. If you go and Google it, they say humans taste like pork.
I feel like if I Google
salmon.
what do humans taste like, I'm gonna end up on a list somewhere.
Yeah, he's definitely on a list already.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, I mean, with that all, do you feel like you agree with the assessment, by the way, that some people put out, not going to put any names, that potentially you guys are a one-trick team? This is a question for either of you, Guac or Ahi.
One trick as in comp-wise? No,
Comp-wise.
not at all. No,
Not at all.
Last game we ran different comps and then we decided to make some adjustments, and yeah, we can play any comp.
I see,
Meta is meta.
Yeah.
Meta is meta.
If it's winning, why swap it?
I mean, that all makes sense.
That's-
Frey, do you have any last questions before we send them on their way?
No, I mean, you guys put on a fantastic performance there, and I'm excited to watch your next match. I think that'll be a really, really good game, and I'm excited to see what you guys do.
And also, Donk types in chat something about mentioning Judy, but I don't think that's necessary. So we're not going to talk about Judy Hops. You guys can go now, and good luck in your next match.
Thank you, Alas.
Thank you.
Of course. We'll see you guys later. How about the cow? No, we're not going to talk about Judy or the cow. So now that we've done the interview, I'm going to check the A live stream here again. So good. I'm free to talk about it. Now we can actually go to break, Freya. So next up is Bad Vibes Vanish and British Seals. So let's go to break. Well, we're back. Sub-Tournament 4 continues, and I am joined currently with Dividing and Mustard, and we have a big game coming up because whoever wins this next match between the British Seals and Bad Vibes Banished, they secure their #1 seed in their group. So, guys, we have to say, first of all, Mustard, you were just playing the Toronto Defiant community tournament, and you've arrived. You've shown up just in time to cast this. Is your brain bursting with Overwatch knowledge currently?
Yeah, more tired than anything. If I don't end up falling asleep during this cast, I think that's already a win in my book.
That's good. I'm glad to know that all the people that show up to the cast here for the sub tournament are about to fall asleep. That's always a good start. That's always a fantastic start. And Dividing, long time ago, I mixed you up with SI Not Found. Luckily, that is not the case anymore. So looking forward to our next match here, Dividing. Since you're the analysis guy here, okay?
Yeah.
What are your insights? Is there a favorite team here between the British Seals or the Bad Vibes Vanish?
Well, unfortunately, I personally don't have much insight into Bad Vibes Banished. I haven't really seen that team play before. I did, however, have a chance to watch and cast over British Seals yesterday on the B stream while they played against the left Michigan Baby Eaters. That's the name. It's quite one to remember. Which they won in a 2-0 fashion and looked extremely strong on a variety of different comps. They played a sort of Winston Diva rush comp. They played a Orisa-based bunker-y anti-dive comp. They also played a really scrappy comp with like Wrecking Ball and Diva and looked really good, honestly, on all of them. I think between that and between left Michigan beating Golira before this, I would say personally, I would think Baby Seals are favored. That being said, I don't really know what to expect from Bad Vibes Banished so far.
Well, Baby Seals are very cute, but they're the British Seals, which is the team that is going to be playing. But Baby Seals also, I think they do have an advantage by being very cute, Dividing. So I agree with you there. As you see, the rosters are in front of us. And Mustard, I have to ask, as someone that you still have your player career going on. You're just playing in that community tournament. Do you feel like, for Bad Vibes Banished for British Seals, do you think we're going to see one sort of composition here for these teams, or do you think we're going to see two different meta comps?
Definitely right now, everyone's leaning towards more of like more kind of the dive brawl style you see with like the Winston and the Mora and the Lucio. But teams so far in the sub tournament have been very diverse. I've seen all sorts of comps. Floating around yesterday. Working both behind the watching the streams. So I'm very interested to see what they roll out on. I know Bad Vibes Banished rolled out with a nice ball comp yesterday and was able to take the 2-0 win against Golira. So I hope I see that again from Bad Vibes Banished today, actually.
Okay, well, we are still waiting for the first map pick here. It is going to be Control. So just so I don't know who picks first map, honestly. Oh, it's Bad Vibes Banished pick. Okay, excellent. So I imagine for Bad Vibes Banished, because what I've seen from them is they've played a lot of Lijiang, and when we get to Lijiang, I imagine a lot of Rush more than likely. Would you agree with that, Dividing?
I would say probably, especially on the the Control Center map with all those tight corners and low ceilings tends to lend itself towards the Rush style of play, and again also on the other maps where it's
Ilios, by the way. It's Ilios.
Okay.
So tailor your analysis to that is fact that it's Ilios.
Okay. Pivoting over, actually interesting fact, as I was looking at the teams past, both these teams actually started their matches yesterday on Ilios. Both these teams won on Ilios yesterday, which means one of these teams' perfect records on Ilios is going to be ending very soon. British Seals, when I was watching them yesterday, I was very impressed by their mid-map swaps. They were actually kind of losing the sort of rush battle at the beginning of the map against Left Michigan. They made a couple of swaps onto Wrecking Ball and Tracer instead of Winston and Sombra, respectively, and were able to take advantage of the chaos that those picks caused to take apart Left Michigan in that map. So be very interested to see what they come up with this time around.
Okay, and Mustard, we've heard Dividing's pick for what their prediction might feel like. Do you have a favorite team here, or do you feel like it's too close to call?
This is going to be a really close game for sure. Because I know British Seals, right? They have pre-existing synergy with Azu, Paul, and Magnolia. They played on PL together, so they had that going for them. But Bad Vibes Banished really just looked absolutely amazing. So it's gonna be a close game. I do want to give it to British Seals here, but this match could really go either way.
Okay, well, because also if British Seals wins here, like we said, it cemented their first seed. While if Bad Vibes Banished won, it would more than likely make sure that their first seed here. But overall, there still technically is some scenarios where they wouldn't necessarily be. So a really big win if it is going to be British Seals. Currently, we're just waiting for the teams to ready up. So then, for me, my pred, I'll throw mine in there. Since we've had 2 British Seals, I'm just going to go Bad Vibes Vanished because honestly, Tim Week, his reveal video was great. Also, they have been playing really well. So I'm going to go with the Bad Vibes Vanished prediction myself, more than likely, just so we can have a little bit of spice there because we already had 2 British Seals there. But what if they both win? Sorry, I'm reading chat now. Very unlikely that both could win. Very unlikely that both could win, I have to say.
All right,
the real
so I'm gonna slip the pit. I'm gonna slip a 20. Both teams win. Does that sound good?
Yeah, 20 should be enough. I mean, we can be very easily bought here, I have to say. We can be very easily bought, more than likely. But I think the teams are just about ready, Solomon. And if not, can you throw us to a schedule? Can you throw us to a current schedule / standing if they're not ready so the viewers can take a look at something? So if you guys haven't seen this, by the way, this is currently the schedule for this stream. We're on Bad Vibes Banished and British Seals, but followed up is Komodo Knights and Genesis, and then High Ground, Rhinos, and Jasmine. And then on the other streams, for both the B stream and the C stream, we have Women Love Us and Reverb currently 1-1 on the B stream, and then Redemption Burger, Bong Bongy Bong Bongs, of course, Hard Stuck, Saskatchewan Rough Riders, a lot of big teams still on the B stream. And for the C stream, I believe the other matches are also 1-1. Yeah, Genesis and Jasmine is currently 1-1. And of course, plenty more matches there where British Seals will be facing off against Golira later, along with Bad Vibes Banished. So finishing a lot of the Group B today. And really just a lot of Overwatch left to be played. And it seems like we're still waiting for ready checks, the longest ready checks of all time. So I guess we're going to have to ask some more Overwatch questions here. So dividing. We have your pred, right? But what will be your player to watch for British Seals?
I think my player to watch will probably be the tank player, and I believe team captain Azu. Azu started off yesterday's match on the main tank position, moved over to the off tank, and played very well on both. But it seems like we're getting ready to get in the game right now.
We're in match. Okay, well, I'm going to let you guys head over to the cast. I'm going to get out of here, and good luck.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Just you and me, Mustard.
Yep. For a nice and long map of Helios.
Let's get it. So as the teams are getting settled in here, I'm very interested to see if Kitten here on the Bad Vibes Vanished are going to stick on this Pharah. I doubt it, though, because there is no Mercy yet to accompany it. We'll see. British Seals currently showing a much more sort of traditional dive pokey comp with the Ash Tracer, and there is the Mercy coming out from Bad Vibes Banished. So going with a very much disruption here with the Wrecking Ball along with the Mercy here. British Seals are gonna have to play close to make sure that they don't get split apart and picked off here.
Yeah, and a nice anti-nade actually on the Azu. So they have Bad Vibes Banished, like you said, a lot of pressure, a lot of poke as well. Disruption being caused, Genesis getting into the back line, but he just gets out nice and cleanly. But the same cannot be said for Azu as he gets taken down. British Seals down one player, and that's not really that good when you're going against the comp from Bad Vibes Banished. So both teams skirmishing on the point. Magnolia falling extremely low, but will get topped up. Just a lot of back and forth here as both teams now on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Azu makes a quick switch there, sees that they're running the Wrecking Ball, and knows that the Wrecking Ball actually came in a lot of handy.
That is a really good pick. Really good pick. Kitten getting taken out. The Rymax trades one back onto Vincent. Genesect falls immediately after, so Bad Vibes Banished on the back foot here. Azu getting aggressive on the ball, taking the high ground, trying to wrestle it away from Rymax and Pirate Spy, but not quite able to do so. But they do secure a lot of point pressure. Visor's gonna have to be popped by Rymax just to buy that back, as respawns slowly start coming in. Riptide with the self-destruct. It does not get anyone, but it does zone Bad Vibe Banish away. Moopy with the self-destruct of his own takes out Vincent on the Tracer, but Azu getting one onto Moopy. Just trades coming every which way. The fight, the coin has still not been capped. Azu has been slept up. Bitch Seals. There it is, finally getting the cap off.
Yeah, so just scrappy
Did it take
fight.
a while though.
This is going to take a while, Mustard. I mean, already well, just as a map design, favors scrappy play as teams can kind of tiptoe on and off the point without much damage, however they please. But these comps that British Seals and Bad Vibes Banished are running are so scrappy in themselves with the Wrecking Ball, with the it's so difficult to get a convincing fight win.
Yeah, this better be a convincing fight win with 2 early picks. Magnolia Sherb going down from Bad Vibes Banished, just going aggressive off of the back of that barrage. Azu gets antied up, but looks like he will be able to get away. British Seals looking to stall the point out, but it won't be stalled for too long. Never mind. Looks like British Seals able to slowly just touch it again. Azu with the minefield, looking to create a lot of space. Gets taken out by Jen though. His Vault counterpart. Bob as well just keeps stalling this point out. Bad Vibes Banished really can't do anything about it. Magnolia's Bob picks up Kitten and Moopy as well. That's 2 players down for Bad Vibes Banished, but British Seals unable to stay on the point.
Yeah, the point does get flipped over in a fight that, honestly, this fight keeps going back and forth. If I'm British Seals right now, I would go for maybe more of a soft reset right now, because the more that you stagger onto the point without a convincing fight win, the longer the percentage is going to keep ticking up for British Seals now.
Oh, a nice hit from Riptide though. Very nice to save his backline there. Just a lot of scrappy stuff coming out. British Seals able to rustle that one back though while all that was happening. This is just a lot of scrappy fights. No clean decisive win. It favors whoever has the point capped, as this is control. So the longer you have control of it, yeah, the better it is for you.
Yeah, now we see Azu coming in on this Wrecking Ball, and it's been doing such a good job for British Seals so far, just creating so much space. Even in fights where it seems like Kitten is in positions to pop off on the Spara, this disruption from the Azu Wrecking Ball has been crazy.
Yeah, the Azu Wrecking Ball just creating so much space. You see that right there. He's just able to create, you know, just the space for his tanks to come in, and just saw you got the pick out there, and he's gonna look for another engage here. He does have the minefield going right onto Farmer there. Drops the minefield on top of the Ana of British Seals, and but while that was happening, Riptide in the backline able to take out his Diva counterpart. I believe out of just back and forth swinging. Jen does drop the mines in the backline. Magnolia taking out Kitten means Bad Vibes Banished on the back foot here. Farmer dropped like the nano boost, but I don't think it'll be enough as he gets taken out by Vincent. Recall used by Primac, just looking to stall everything out, but I think that's all she wrote for Bad Vibes.
The Nano Tracer
at this point. The Nano Tracer as well. That will be Elios Well going to the British Seals.
Yeah, Bad Vibes Banished. The comp they were running very much depends on Kitten on the Pharah to be popping off, putting that Pharah in position to be getting a lot of splash damage in with those rockets and a lot of picks as well. Unfortunately, there was never really a fight where Kitten was able to really take control. You had Riptide and Magnolia, I think, and maybe even Paul as well a little bit, on constant Pharah patrol. And because of that, it was it was very difficult for Kitten to get in positions to take control of the fight. In the one fight where Kitten did get a couple of picks, British Seals were able to keep the sort of scrappy core together and claw the fight back anyways. Now we see massive changes coming out from both teams. Kitten will move on to the Han Zone. British Seals are going for a more traditional-ish brawl dive, whatever you call it. I've seen people say 6-man dive or something.
Like Neo Goats. This comp has a lot of names. Personally, I'm an enjoyer of calling it the Frogger mode comp. But while all that is happening, Rhymax and Moopy getting taken out of the fight here. So British Seals just aggressing off, you know, with that speed boost, with the Moira healing and the Reaper as well, just able to take out Bad Vibes Banished, especially against that ball. If they have a Sombra in play, if you get hacked up in their backline, you're basically done for.
Yeah, Bad Vibes Bandits. Unfortunately, I think it was Moopy who got caught out at the beginning there by the dive of the British Seals. The British Seals comp really depends on using the Lucio speed boost, the monkey jump, the Sombra hack to jump onto one person and pick them off. If you can withstand that, though, you're in a good spot.
Kitten already built up an entire Dragon Strike wall that was happening. Jen does get taken out, and Moopy is out of the mech. But British Seals down their main tank, down Azu here. This has to be Bad Vibes Banished's time to go in. They have to aggress, and that is exactly what they do. Support ultimate's life for British Seals, though. Looking to stall it out. There's the beat coming out from Sherb. Kitten just looking to back off here, hoping to get some picks. The Coalescence as well now from Paul. Responded by a rally from Pirate Spy. Going in to aggressive. Nice stick from Rymax. Unable to secure a kill, but does chunk down the tanks a great deal. As he goes, continues to aggress into the back line. Bad Vibes Banished able to flip the point. The fight is not over yet. Azu zapping down the Tracer from BBB, unable to really secure that kill. Riptide losing his mech though, but for Kitten, I'd say that is a fair trade. A huge EMP indeed from Magnolia, hacking everyone up from British Seals, but they're just unable to... Bad Vibes, sorry, but they're really unable to finish the kills. They finally able to take out Genesex, but they had to invest so much into it. Pirate Spy getting taking out Vincent as well. This fight's just going back and forth. I just can't catch a break here. Riptide going in with the self-destruct, and now will he get a remake kill? That is the name of the game. Looks like he'll get one on to Moopy. Never mind.
Not just slightly mistimed there as the picks continue to go back and forth. And what's important here is that in the middle of this fight, British Seals were able to take the point and to hold it for about 40% before British Seals were finally able to take control and bring it back. If Bad Vibes Banished weren't able to flip it, I mean, look at the percentages. That's already a map win for British Seals. As it is, though, they do get one more fight, and they will have quite a few ultimates on board. Both support ultimates, the Rally and the Nano Boost, as well as the Pulse Bomb from Rymax is coming up very soon.
Yeah, again, that is a nice engagement. Farmer has used the Nano Boost right before he goes off. Gets taken out by Paul with the Coalescence. As Bad Vibes Banished just scrambling to point here, looking for their final fight. Support ultimates being used, the Rally, the beat. Azu popping the Primal now. Oh, very nice. Juggling Pirate Spy off the side of the map. Big EMP from Magnolia, though, looking to seal the deal on this map. Stall's coming in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So British Seals will be taking Ilios here. Nice clean 100-41.
Yeah, honestly, the percentages show that Bad Vibes Banished were able to break through there, but watching it for me, it seemed like British Seals were pretty much in control the whole time. If they didn't accidentally get off the point and give it up to British Seals there near the end, give it up to Bad Vibes Banished there near the end, it would have been over a lot sooner. I think, in the end, I think British Seals were able to play these team comms a lot better and a lot cleaner than Bad Vibes Banished were. At least so far. Ilios, this was a very, very scrappy map with fights going on for so long. At times, I thought you would never be able to stop talking, Mustard. It was just constant.
Yeah, it was wild. There's just lots of action going on, but yeah, Bad Vibes Banished just unable to. They just seemingly were always on the back foot every fight, whether that was just the positioning issue or even just getting picked off. It looked like British Seals, they were just a step ahead, and that definitely showed based on our percentages there on Ilios that it was very scrappy, and and in theory it really should favor Bad Vibes Banished, with the ball and the Diva, and you have the backline peel with the Brig and the Ana, but and then the split up DPS, but British Seals able to wrestle that one back, and honestly just impressive stuff coming out.
Yeah, when we see these fights on Ilios that we saw so many times where it really just became super scrappy, picks going back and forth for it seemed like minutes at a time before we got a break. What ends up winning out those fights is the ability to keep comms together and keep calm even when every single fight plan has gone out the window and you're just trying to shoot the other person in the head before they shoot you in the head. And this was mentioned during British Seals' last game yesterday, but they do have a pretty strong core of players who were on the Bad Pachimari League winning team Catboy crew. So I think we could have been seeing, with that established core, the established synergy there in those players, the ability to stay together in those situations better than maybe a team like Bad Vibes Banished, which, as far as I know, doesn't have an established core like that.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a... I have to wait a little bit for the next map, unfortunately. So we'll see you guys on the other side of this break as we get some players in the lobby.
No more patience when I'm feeling low. On vacation, my mind wants to go. Overthinking when I'm all alone. Out of focus from all the unknown. Can you check for my vibe?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Avast Sub Tourney number 4. My name is Dividing. I am joined here by Mustard, and we're coming back into a game in Group B between British Seals and Bad Vibes Banished. British Seals up to 1-0 after Ilios, and man, that was a scrappy map we saw just then, Mustard, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that map was just like, there was always a player hitting a player. There was just no breaks. It was just consistently something was happening, and it was a mess. And it looks like British Seals came out on top of that mess, which definitely interesting.
Yeah, British Seals, I think, showed a better ability to stick together and keep comms structure solid and good. Synonyms, not good, not doing good right now. But when the going got tough, when it was a really scrappy fight and it was just one after the other, British Seals tended to come out on top of those fights more often than not. And I think that is due to this team's teamwork and their ability to keep things together when all fight plans have fallen apart.
Yeah, and Bad Vibes Vanish, they have the scrappier comp with the Ball, the Diva. You have backline Peel on a Brig, and then you have split off DPS, right? Hanzo and Tracer, but it just didn't look that strong. And if you guys, on the topic of strong, we have here some of the other games on some of our other streams. Reverb, Women Love Us on the B stream just wrapped up. Reverb picking up the 2-1 later on today. Yeah, those other games. Same thing for this one. Jasmine Genesis just wrapped up 2-1 for Jasmine, as High Ground Rhinos and Komodo Knights about to start on the C stream. Twitch.tv/Solomon for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a ton that is
game.
Yeah, right into Blizzard World here. There's a ton that's going into those games. So all playoff seeds, I believe, are being decided today, including this one. If British Seals are able to win this game, I mean, that is them in the playoffs tomorrow. So there is a lot riding on this game. Bad Vibes Banished, of course, can also pretty much secure it with the win. Now we're seeing currently British Seals are going with a anti-dive comp with the Torb, McCree, Arisa comp. I saw them play this yesterday on Numbani to great effect. If Genesect is going to act like how I think it was Guac yesterday, he's not gonna have a good time.
Oh yeah, that was unfortunate for Guac. He was building an AKM primal yesterday, and that was very unfortunate. Bad Vibes Vanish, recognizing that they are against an anti-dive comp, so they do swap to more poke heroes, Echo, and Hanzo.
Yeah, these are good slips right now from Bad Vibes Vanish, and it's going to allow them to try and break through this bunker that British Seals has set up right now. Genesect just has to be careful not to go for a hard dive, because he's going to be burst down so quick.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of just diving up there, forcing cooldowns out, and just instantly leaving. See that? As far as his turret got taken down, so definitely a good pick on the 7th man. A trade there, but Bad Vibes Banished coming up on top of it. Looks like Genesect going deep into the backline, able to secure some kills for himself. The anti-dive comp not looking too hot from the British Seals as Bad Vibes Banished playing a slow but steady race, able to finally break through that defensive hold and pick up point A.
Yeah, Bad Vibes Banished played that honestly pretty perfectly. They realized that, you know, they're playing an anti-dive comp, but we don't necessarily have to dive the Orisa. We can just go on to the point and force them to move. And, you know, when the Orisa comp is forced to move, it becomes a lot less stable, and Bad Vibes Banished were able to take advantage. Flaws got picked off during the rotation, but they had the res on deck.
Yeah, and that resurrection on deck, not for British Seals. The clones instantly getting burned down as the Nano Monkey jumping onto the high ground right in the middle of British Seals. The rest of Bad Vibes Banished able to follow up as Genesect going hog wild in the backline.
Oh, no, Magnolia!
Oh, Magnolia off the map. They are off.
Those are
Azu
nice
does pick up Kitten, but
there.
Azu picks up Kitten, but I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, and now that the momentum is on Bad Vibes Banished's side, you see these ultimates being built up for them and how quickly they're going to get through the second point, especially if this Grab Dragon hits, and it will.
That was a nasty Grab Dragon, and the stickies as well from Rimax just to seal the deal. And you know, Grab Dragon, the fun and interactive ultimate combination in Overwatch, and you see Bad Vibes Banished absolutely rolling over British Seals.
They're going to be looking to
pretty much swaps.
I've pretty much blinked, and Bad Vibes Banished is already on point C.
I know.
But now, I mean, this is British Seals' best chance so far. They have 4 ultimates on board. If it goes long, we could potentially also be seeing a rally coming out from Sherb.
Yeah, nice window engage from Paul. Clones taking out Moopy right off the bat. So Bad Vibes Banished instantly kiting away after the Zarya and the window is invested from British Seals. And the Bongo as well from Clones.
Yeah, Clones used the Bongo early, and then Paul used the Ant Matrix, and so that's like 3 triple damage or something. I'm honestly not sure. It's
that's what it is. Yeah, the Valkyrie nano boost engage from Bad Vibes Banished. Genesect going deep into the backline, able to get picks off, creating enough space for Flaws to pick up 2. Rymax picking up the 3rd one onto Sure. British Seals just absolutely falling apart here. Rymax as well with the Echo duplicate. Will he get the squish kill?
Not quite. Yeah, but I mean, this Orisa comp that British Seals have been playing at this point has been having a lot of trouble finding like a stable position. These Nano Monkey dives from Genesect have been extremely effective at breaking up this sort of bunker comp.
Yeah, you see Magnolia on the Sombra now, looking to get some nice hacks as a nice counter. Spyro's going all the way into the backline, able to take out Moopy. Azu getting a bomb onto Farmer, but British Seals looking to finally stabilize here after finally swapping off the Orisa comp.
Azu, my player to watch going into this game, popping off there with the bomb kill and then 2 more right after. A beautiful job from the off-tank of British Seals. And now we see Bad Vibes Banished going into a much more heavy brawl comp. The Reinhardt is out, so is the Mei. With this comp, Bad Vibes Banished are really looking to just sort of run into British Seals. They're probably going to try and aggress onto the tank line here, try and burst them down.
Paul in definitely an interesting position there, able to fade away from it all as Bad Vibes Banished looking to aggress here as they swap onto the rush comp. Moopy with the grab, it catches 3 actually now as people slowly walk into it. Flaws with the Dragon Strike to follow up, takes out 2 in a mech. Bad Vibes Banished looking very strong here, finally taking out Azu, who was stalling out the cart. They're looking to aggress here into final fight territory.
Yeah, I mean, the Grab Dragon is just peak Overwatch right there. Sherb did not have the beat online to counter it, so there was really nothing that British Seals could do about it. It's now Bad Vibes Banished are approaching the end of the map.
Yeah, and there it is as they approach the end of the map, and ICMP from Magnolia locks up 3 people's abilities from Bad Vibes Banished, and the Coalescence as well from Paul, just to make sure that everyone stays nice and topped up on the side of British Seals. They once again turn it, and team kill gongs ring.
Yeah, clutch EMP coming up from Magnolia to completely shut down the push from Bad Vibes Banished. And now, well, Bad Vibes Banished, they had 5.5 minutes going into point C of Blizzard World. It's now under 2, but this is a good opportunity here. Genesect will have the Shatter, which could be a great fight opener, and they should have the Amp Matrix as well. So this is a good opportunity for
the
them.
main tanks here. Oh, Genesect getting frozen up, stunned up, but able to get the lamp down on time. The beat from Sherb comes in clutch, saves his backline from falling after Genesect lays 2 on the ground. Spyro's getting taken out. In exchange, though, you are down a main tank for Bad Vibes Banished. That's just not a fight you can win. They're just taking the soft reset here, as hopefully they don't get picked out. Oh, they get Moopy though. Just as Genesect is returning as well. Definitely not looking too hot if you are Bad Vibes Banished.
Yeah, now this fight's going on for a lot longer than you want to if you're Bad Vibes Banished. You do get the DMAC onto Azu, which is actually really good if you're Moopy with Grav. You know that they don't have they can't eat it right now. So this is just a free capture. But the Amp Matrix, they don't give it the respect it deserves.
The Amp Matrix just... The Bad Vibes Banished look to push past it, but not quite able to push past it fast enough. And they just get instantly melted by the Amp Matrix.
There. Did Moopy get canceled mid-animation and Grav? Because I never saw it.
He hit the Grav, but then everyone was dead. There was no follow-up to be had.
Dang, so now Moopy's going to swap onto the Sigma here. This is last fight now. Going for more shielding to try and deal with the damage here. But what a stun there from Magnolia.
Flash fan. Absolutely nasty from Magnolia. The beat coming out from Kitten just to make sure everyone stays nice and topped up. Spyro's getting frozen in that blizzard from Rhimax. Get taken out immediately. Farmer looking to swap for the stall. Another nice flash fan from Magnolia secures the kill onto Rhimax as we roll into
Magnolia. You can do it. You can do it.
Magnolia hit a shot challenge very hard. High noon from Flaws. Gets countered by one from Magnolia.
That was straight out of a Wild. That was straight out of a Wild West.
That was a Wild West moment. A Wild West moment. Genesect on the ball, really unable to do anything. Moopy cannot touch. That will be the end of the attack for Bad Vibes Banished on Blizzard World here. 107.32 meters on point C.
Yeah, but still, I have to go back to the fact that Bad Vibes Banished finished the first 2 points so quickly. They had over 5 minutes on the clock when they were entering point C, and they weren't able to push the point across. They had plenty of opportunities. They weren't able to do it, and with that, British Seals have put themselves into, I think, a much more favorable situation than they thought they were going to be in about 6 or 7 minutes ago. As now, it is British Seals' turn to attack to set the stakes once again. If they win this map right here, they will be able to take, I believe, they've at least secured themselves a playoff spot tomorrow. I don't know if they've secured the #1 seed in Group B, but they've definitely at least secured a playoff spot. All they got to do is 2 points and 107 meters.
Indeed, and British Seals, they looked so much better after they swapped off that Orisa counter dive comp that I just think you don't want to run that again if you are British Seals, even in the future, because after they swapped onto the rush, kind of mirroring Bad Vibes Banished, they just looked like the stronger team. And you know, you see that pre-existing synergy kind of come out here for British Seals. Definitely playing in their favor. So
now, on the defense here, Bad Vibes Banished are going to go with a double bubble comp, and British Seals are going with a rush. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this rush comp deals with Genesect jumping in on this Winston. If they're able to stay together and burst down the dive, then British Seals are in a very good situation.
Indeed. Clones walking into the point gets slept up instantly. Genesect, though, getting taken out means that Bad Vibes Banished do not have a main tank on this defense. Definitely not looking too hot, as Moopy just the only one on the low ground. No one's contesting this point, though. All 6 players from British Seals are on it right now. But it looks like I think Moopy is finally touching the point. Rhimax is taken out by Magnolia. You know, Creed, the Tracer counter at the end of the day, and Flaws trying his hardest, looking to get some shots in, but unable to connect with any. Azu taking out Moopy here as Jen just cogging on the ball on the point. Gets frozen and taken out immediately, and just as fast as Bad Vibes Banished, British Seals take the first point.
Yeah, you saw British Seals use the speed boost to get onto the point. They were able to take out Genesect thanks to a very nice wall, I think, from Spiros. Sectioned off Genesect from the rest of his team, and it really allowed them to just take control of this point. And it's so difficult to dislodge this rush comp once they've taken control of an area. And with that, British Seals are off to a fantastic start, but Flaws with a nice pick.
Yeah, Flaws getting a nice one on the ball. Yep, the British Seals don't have any healing, only the Lucio. Once you're down the Baptiste, you basically have to back off. And there it is, the stabilize from Bad Vibes Banished on this defense. But I don't think this is the comp you want to be running into them.
Yeah, it's very difficult, I think, to get a ton of damage here. You're looking at Genesect a lot here to try and create opportunities through the disruption for Flaws and Rhymax to pop off. But as of right now, so far, it hasn't been that effective yet. As we see, coming through, Clones.
Nice pin. Absolutely nice pin from Colognes there, but they traded out for Spyros. So both teams equal in players. Mubi gets taken out, but so does Azu. Once again, trades come in left, right, and center, but looks like Bad Vibes Banished losing Flaws and Kitten. Rhymax with the Echo Duplicate and the Shatter. Oh, is unable to connect with anyone, but it does force the beat out from Sherb, so they will not be having that for their next defense here as Bad Vibes Banished back with ultimates and a Shatter from Clones onto Genesect as well, just to make sure that the ball cannot stall.
Yeah, British Seals are doing a really great job there. That was chaos incarnate that Bad Vibes Banished unleashed on them there, but they were still able to stay together even after losing a couple of players, even after their Rhine got pinned, and were able to pull ahead anyways.
Yeah, and you see Genesect dropping the mines here on the point just to give Bad Vibes Banished some base back cart, just to force British Seals to back off a little bit, and does exactly that. Ooh, but then a nice window from Paul. He's looking to re-engage. The high noon from Magnolia in the backline, able to take out Rhymax, but gets traded out for it. You do have the defensive spawn advantage here, so I don't know if you want to do that.
Yeah, this fight continues to rage on as now Spears freezes the D.Va, and that means it's Blizzard time. Farmer gets taken out, which means there's
Blizzard
no
time,
healing.
Blizzard World. Blizzard time on Blizzard World. My favorite, as Paul and Ozzy picking up kills, but Kitten picking one up onto Paul. It's just Bad Vibes Banished looking to win this one.
Has the spawn advantage here, so they should be able to stabilize eventually at this point, and that's what they do. So Bad Vibes Banished are able to hold for the moment, and now they're actually in a really good situation. British Seals needs a really clean team fight here because of the significant spawn advantage that Bad Vibes Banished has right now with the cart in its current position. And as of right now, they committed a lot of ultimates in that last fight and weren't able to take the point off of it. So they're kind of at a disadvantage here, unless Azu gets a big bomb or something. Of course, Moopy has his in response, and you know, if Rhymax wants to, he can duplicate the D.Va and get himself a second bomb.
Oh, there it is. There's the bomb looking to displace, but Flaws picks off Paul before the fight even breaks out. So that's a lot of healing gone for British Seals. Clones taking out Kitten, but trading his life in return. Flaws gets taken out. Rhymax deciding it is time to pop the duplicate. Will be going into D.Va here, looking to counter Azu, as there are now 3 D.Vas in play. And looks like just a little bit of a tickle match here.
Yeah, a little bit, but again, with this scrappy fight, it's always going to favor Bad Vibes Banished in this scenario because of the spawn advantage. Flaws came in clutch there, getting the pick off onto Paul. Meant that, you know, no Moira healing, meant it was a lot easier to melt down Clones, and after that, it was only a matter of time before Bad Vibes Banished were able to take control of the fight once again. So now, just over a minute left on the clock. British Seals will have the beat. They could use it to aggress if they want. They know Magnolia probably doesn't have the EMP yet. He very recently swapped. But there's several ultimates on Bad Vibes Banished.
Oh my god, every ultimate's being popped left, right, and center. The bomb from Whoopie able to pick off Magnolia. Farmer and Kitten popping these support ultimates for Bad Vibes Banished. Sharp with the beat engage, unable to really get anything out of it. Clones and Azu just getting melted as they try to engage on the backline of Bad Vibes Banished. Ooh, nice kill there. Nice fade away from Flaws, and again, Bad Vibes Banished stave off another attack.
I've been seeing the strategies coming in from British Seals trying to take Bad Vibes Vanish off guard, but this sort of scrappy comp that we're seeing right now with the Wrecking Ball Diva has been doing wonders for them. They haven't been able to get a clean engage without having a player get picked off in the process. And when that happens, it becomes very difficult to pull through a full fight. Now, British Seals are going to be coming in with several ultimates, though. They're going to be engaging with the Coalescence and the Bomb.
Yeah, Paul getting one with the Coalescence, Clones getting one onto Farmer. Can able to res up Flaws, but not Farmer, so that is just a lot of healing gone for Bad Vibes Banished. But Genesect again dropping the mines on the point, looking to turn things in his favor. But with Rhymax and Whoopi falling, I don't think that's quite possible. You do have the spawn advantage, though, if you are able to stall long enough for your team. On. Oh, and there it is. Flaws instantly coming back into the fight. Kills Marcus, does get his Dragon Eaten. Oh, Genesect getting a kill on the Sure, but Ozzy Paul Magnolia coming up clutch for the British Seals. That's the core of Catboard Crew showing for the British Seals here as they look to push this car into second point. In overtime, they do it. Whoopi with the bomb, but it's too little too late.
Oh, that's really unfortunate as now we're seeing Rhymax and Whoopi clean up the fight. The bomb was so clutch there from Whoopi, but it just wasn't enough. British Seals were able to push the cart for the last little bit, so that means we get a time extension. A minute left on the clock, and British Seals do have a chance here. They have the momentum now. They have the EMP and the Diva Bomb as well. This, it's 107 a long shot right now. Yeah, 107 meters. I mean, this is going to require pretty much perfection for British Seals, but it's definitely possible.
Ooh,
now with Clones gone, though.
Ooh, Moopy getting a remake off. There are two Divas on play for Bad Vibes Banished with the Echo Duplicate. Oh, he gets hacked up. He's gonna... Oh, will he be able to use the self-destruct? No, he won't. Oh, nice play from Magnolia just to lock up Rhymax in the Echo Duplicate. Make sure that he cannot get any value with that ultimate. As British Seals looking to continue to steamroll.
Yeah, Clones goes down early, but luckily the EMP was good from Magnolia, and with that, Genesect got traded out very quickly, and they're able to use the EMP to push through. As now, British Seals continue to push forward. They cannot lose a fight at this point. Luckily, they do have the ult advantage right now as they're moving through towards the end of the map. They're looking to end it right here, Mustard.
The beat engaged, Flaws with the Dragon just to make sure that British Seals have to play extremely careful. Clones falling really low. They're unable to confirm the kill, though. Farmer gets taken out by Magnolia. In the meantime, Genesect also falling low himself, gets taken out by Azu. Whoopi's bomb has to come up big. It's unable to get any value. British Seals very low, but you still have the Baptiste in play. Clones getting two. Off the back of his Shatter, Whoopi getting demected in the backline and the Blizzard from Spyros. This might be it for Bad Vibes Banished here. As Genesect coming back on the ball. Rhymax, the swaps to stall here. I don't think it's going to be enough. And it looks like Bad Vibes Banished will be banished. British Seals take the first seed out of Group B.
Yeah, what tenacity there from British Seals. When it was looking lost there on point B, they were able to pull through and push that cart that last little bit it needed to get that well-needed time extension, and were able to use that momentum to push themselves through to the finish line. Congrats to British Seals for their 2-0 record in the Avast sub tourney and securing themselves a spot in the postseason.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm back, everybody.
Hi,
We're back here.
Hi,
what a series. We just saw British Seals, they've secured their #1 seed. And we have to ask, post-match, seems like you guys were right. Seems like you were both right. So I have to ask myself, what was I thinking? And then secondly, dividing. Did your player to watch, Azu, do you feel like that was the right call? Because I feel like Azu had a pretty good series.
Yeah, I think Azu did a very good job on this in this series today. Was very much popped off when the team needed him to most. I think he was probably doing a lot of the shot calling because I saw a lot of the engages being coordinated with the Coalescence and the Diva Bomb. So I thought that was really cool. I didn't really see Bad Vibes Vanish do that very much. I do also have to give a shout out to Paul, though, the flex support there on British Seals. I think he did a great job as well on Baptiste and Moira today.
And Mustard, looking forward for Bad Vibes Vanish, it's very likely still that they will get second seed in this group. Do you feel like British Seals, like they're the overall way better team here, or was this just not the best game for Bad Vibes Banished?
British Seals, they just looked much more dominant in most fights, most scenarios. Bad Vibes Banished, they looked like the more dominant team when British Seals were playing sort of that anti-dive comp, which it was very evident they were not comfortable on. So I believe British Seals are just a league above the rest compared to the rest of this group.
Okay.
That does really prove it here.
For sure. And then, Solomon, can we throw up the standings here real quick after this last match alongside the remaining schedule? So now looking to taking a look at the standings, British Seals currently 4-0 at 2-0 here, and looking very likely that they have secured their top seed. And then looking forward, Bad Vibes Banished still at the 2-2 and sort of tied up now with Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So there is some hope. And for Golira, it's not impossible, but it is very, very hard. I think it requires a statistical anomaly, I believe, for them to make it into the second seed now.
Yeah.
It would be very, very tough for them because Bad Vibes would also have to win. And we see now with the remaining streams coming up, C stream coming up is going to be Golira and British Seals, and then Bad Vibes Banished and Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So the final of Group B, the final just teams remaining, those last matches that need to be played. So a lot of still Group B matches that have to be finished. And looking at B stream, it seems that Reverb has ended up beating Women Love Us. Redemption Burger currently down to Bong Bongy Bong Bongs on B stream, and then still obviously Aqua, Saskatchewan, some teams trying to take their top seeds there. And then at this stream, we still have Komodo Knights and Genesis coming up next, along with High Ground Rhinos and Jasmine finally. And then now that we have some time too, we've talked about the teams that just played this upcoming match. Komodo Knights, Genesis. Dividing. Do you have a favorite?
I don't know too much about those teams, but I think Komodo Knights logo is really cool, so I'm gonna go with them.
That's a perfectly reasonable explanation. And Mustard, with your excellent tie placement, what do you think? Do you have a favorite of the upcoming matches?
I love both teams, and frankly, I can't really pick a favorite. I mean, the nepotism on both teams just kind of cancel each other out. So it's hard to pick a favorite. But if we had to go off of just holistically, I do like the Komodo Knights branding. It's a little bit more, so I think I will also pick the Komodo Knights.
Okay, well, 2 Komodo Knights then. Well, we're going to head to a quick break. Might be a slightly longer, depending, because Solomon has to get his laundry, according is what he says specifically. So we're going to go a quick break, and when we're back, we're going to show up with the third match of the day, Komodo Knights versus Genesis, coming right up.
rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp. Ooh.
through fire, but we always get what's required. So many things we desire, but I only bring you a lighter, so we can add fuel to the flames.
And we're back with Sub Tournament 4. We just finished up our last match, and we have another exciting one coming up. It's going to be Jasmine versus Genesis. And Genesis, they're kind of playing for their first win here. Jasmine, they're trying to lock in the flawless run at 3-0. I'm joined by Freya, who's in the suit jacket now, and Artemis, two very dapperly dressed duo. And right now, I have to ask, as we head into the next match, let's start here. Artemis, does Jasmine have a chance?
Well,
You're not Artemis. You're not Artemis, Freya. You're not Artemis.
Oh, I just want to point out Jasmine's done. It looks like they've done a rebrand here.
Genesis, other name, Genesis. Does Genesis have a chance? There we go. Thank you, Freya.
I think they definitely could have a chance. I don't think it's out of the question. I mean, at the end of the day, as everyone knows, a broken clock is right twice a day.
That sounds right to me,
yeah,
honestly.
You know?
And you see, we have the standings here in front of us as well. As you can see, Komodo Knights currently up 4-0 with 2-0 to matches. And Genesis obviously sadly looking at the 0-2 with 2-4 on the maps. So they're really just playing for the first win here. And Freya, do you agree with the broken clock sentiment? Do you think there's a chance for Genesis, not Jasmine, but for Genesis?
So I don't, but I think they'll take a map off of Komodo Knights. I think that, you know, Genesis has taken maps off of both the other teams they've played. So I think it stands to reason that they definitely can take a map here. Whether they can do that second one, they just seem to have trouble just getting over the line. They're, as Teku says, they're more of a 1-2 kind of team. They have trouble finishing out series, and I think Komodo Knights have looked just too strong to let Genesis finally go that extra mile and win their match.
Okay, well then on that same vein, then let's look for some players to watch for both these teams. Artemis, who are the players? Who's one player from each team that we should watch out for?
From each team?
From each team.
I am a tank fan, so I'm looking at Jack, I'm looking at Teku. Obviously, everyone knows Teku, everyone loves Teku, so watching Teku is always fun. And then Jack is also going to be super fun to watch. I mean, seeing two giant, big, filled with health tanks beat each other to death is always a good time.
Big, filled with health tanks. That's how I would describe them. And Freya, who are your two players to watch? One from each team.
So I'm actually going to be looking at the backlines here. I'm going to be looking at Noma from Komodo Knights. Noma was on my team in BPL Season 2. I think that they're a tremendous player. I think is really going to make the difference here. And then for Genesis, it kind of is the Teku show. Obviously, he's sort of the centerpiece of the team and who the team works around. So they're going to be pumping their resources into him. So I'm gonna have to go with Artemis here. I think Teku's the person to watch on Genesis.
Okay, well, our first map is going to be Lijiang. I'm not sure what the status of the team is if they're ready, but so now that we know they're on Lijiang, we have to ask, do we find that if we have a very tank-centric team like Genesis, does this improve their chances a bit? Freya okay, Artemis is still here. It looks like their cam just crashed.
I'm here. My cam
you are still here. Fantastic. Well then, Freya, since you just talked about Teku, do you think being on Lijiang first is going to help Genesis here at all, since it'll be a tank-centered map potentially?
Honestly, I think it will. I think that Genesis is going to have a stronger composition in Lijiang. They're going to be able to flex a little bit more, and Teku's going to be able to really take control of the team. It's just the other maps that they're going to falter. They do tend to win these control maps, so I do think Genesis can definitely win Lijiang.
Okay, well, I need to get out of here because the match has started, and also I am supremely underdressed compared to both of you, so I'm going to head on out. Good luck with the cast, everybody.
All right, so the team's already rolling out here. We see the double main tank from Komodo Knights for sort of this classic rush comp from Genesis. But both teams TPing immediately onto the point, and Jack just swings away and gets two immediately, and that just cleans up the fight right there. Takes out two incredibly important targets, and there's just no chance for Genesis to come back and even contest this cap. The fight's over before the control point even unlocks.
Yeah, and I know you said that Genesis do have a chance here, but I would just like to point out that Komodo Knights have a better record on control points in general. So I think it's going to be a big battle right here. And also, really interesting from Komodo Knights, they're playing Rhino Monkey.
Yeah, the double main tank is really strong on this point specifically, just because it's so enclosed and you can get so much cleave damage done in with the Rhino and the Monkey. Jack falling dangerously low, all the resources needed to pump in, but that giant slam, the giant slam from Jack lays the ball on their back. Oh my god,
You have
Jack.
you got to be thinking about this. This is what I wanted to see, but you got to be thinking about this as this is Jack going up against Teku on his signature hero and just wanting to show off, right?
Yeah, and Jack has been dominating all the other tanks in this group, so I'm not surprised to see him just coming out here, making a statement, saying, "No, I'm the best main tank in this tournament. You have to match up to me." Just really doing a fantastic job here. They're controlling the point, getting so much percentage.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we have a window out from Genesis, though. Hopefully they'll be able to do something with that. 2 walls. There is so much visual on my screen right now.
Yeah, both the main tanks already taken down, so now it's just a free-for-all, a cluster on the point. The beat comes out, it's big from Georgie, but not big enough to save them. And now Tomathan, he's going to go in with this Primal, he's going to smack him around, trying to stop Schnippy from killing the entire team. But it's so difficult. He pumps out so much damage on that Symmetra, takes them down one by one, and Genesis manages to flip this point. The Doomfist Meteor Strike is not going to be enough. Everybody taken down. Genesis does get the flip, but it's an 89% capture for Komodo Knights, so they're still in a solid position.
Yeah, they're in a very solid position to take this map here, or this round, I should say. I think it's interesting that Komodo Knights have switched to the Junkrat.
Yeah, I think they realize that when they're coming back in to attack, the Junkrat is just going to be much better for getting rid of all of the defenses that Symmetra has set up and just pressuring Genesis so much. We see the window coming down. We see Schnippy falling low, but he does manage to get that Symmetra wall up, and now Komodo Knights is just going to have to sit here, wait it out. The Shatter coming down from Jack, but it's blocked. It doesn't find anybody. The Grav is canceled by SBT's excellent use of that Immortality Field, and now it's back to a brawl on the point. Ishiki taking some pot shots from the back, shooting away, and Komodo Knights without their main tank, they cannot push in. Bird Boys falling low but being kept alive, and Genesis staying on the point, but now they have to pause.
And now we have to pause, you know?
Yep, so
pausing is important.
So we're back.
My cam is still on. I was not. I still have my camera. Okay, I'm getting out of here so you guys can fill. But I'm getting back out of here now.
All right, thank you, Avast.
Cam's still on though. He just needed to get his 2 cents in.
You know what? It was a little behind the scenes look into what really goes on in Avast's life.
Mm-hmm. Just intently staring at the screen. Oh, and we're back. They just needed somebody just needed a quick water break, you know? Stay hydrated, friends.
It was a tactical pause, you know? We see the window coming out from Bird Boys is going to make sure Komodo Knights has to stay back, else they get picked off like Drams does. Ishiki just picking him off, using the power of that window, and Komodo Knights has to reset. They've lost almost an entire fight just from that window from Bird Boys, so excellently played from Genesis there. They are going to make this final fight territory. We see Wi-Fi with the tire. Can they get anything done? The window coming out too from Komodo Knights. Bird Boys, Wi-Fi finding 2 enormous picks, and Tomathan cleaning up on that Diva. That was one of the quickest fights I've ever seen. Just 4 immediate kills, and the point is already capped. Genesis have nowhere to run. I don't think they can even touch.
Nope, that's gonna be it right there. And Komodo did have a huge ult advantage going into this fight, and if Wi-Fi is just gonna keep popping off, then I mean that's just gonna be it, you know?
Yeah, and you're right. Komodo Knights are really strong on control points. I mean, they have won all of theirs.
Yes.
They look like a really strong team, just with their knowing when to use their ults, knowing when to take fights, and they take fights decisively when they take them, which is incredibly important. They win their fights very quickly when they're on attack, and it's working really well for them.
Yeah, for sure. And it also looks like we're seeing all of the tanks today. We're seeing Rhine Zarya on one side, Monkey Diva on the other. That's always fun.
Yeah, there's only one shared hero between these two teams. Always fun to watch 11 different heroes in the lobby. And Komodo Knights playing that really aggressive rush style, but Tekujun swats Wi-Fi out of the sky, and Genesis is going to be able to take this first fight really decisively. As soon as Komodo Knights engaged, Genesis was there. Teku and Ashiki forming a front line, just not letting them get in unscathed. So a very quick cap for Genesis, and now they're going to be able to set up on this point, on this comp, and it's going to be so difficult for Komodo Knights to engage.
Yeah, and just look at the ult percentage. I mean, we already have a grab out.
Yep,
We are about to have a shatter.
The grab catches the tanks, and that's just lights out. Ashiki just finding those kills, sort of doing cleanup duty off of the back of I Need's healings. Insane grab, just doing a really good job of taking that fight early and not letting Komodo Knights set up.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume Komodo Knights didn't even think I Need Healing was going to have the grab there. I mean, their name wasn't in the kill feed, but it just proves how much support that Zarya can provide for the big damage dealers.
Yeah, we see Jack jump in on that monkey with the coalescence to follow the window, defensive window, and High Noon coming from Ashiki and Snippy to try and stem this aggression, and it works. 2 kills from Ashiki with the High Noon, and it's just cleanup from there. Genesis firing on all cylinders now, and look at I Need Healing, already 80% to another grab.
Yeah, that's insanity, truly. This round is looking pretty one-sided so far, and Genesis is doing a good job at keeping their ults.
Yeah, oh, Jack burns so fast immediately. The grab stops that monkey primal, and Jack just gets deleted in it. This is just a textbook example of how to play this comp from Genesis. They are just stifling anything that Komodo Knights tries to do. It's already 90%. Wow.
Yeah, no, and it does not look like Komodo Knights are going to be able to take this from them. I mean, they have to rush in to even touch.
Yep,
Tomathan's already out of mech.
Yep, Tomathan already dead. There's nothing here. Wi-Fi gets a really nice shatter, but Bird Boys already has that lamp up. Wi-Fi gets a second shatter. It might be enough with Scotty and Ashiki going down, but I don't think so. It's just Wi-Fi here on the point, and Snippy is just beaming him down on that Symmetra. All the charge, and Genesis takes the second point.
Yeah, that is something else, you know? Sometimes all you need is just one laser beam girl on the point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're not going to see the laser beam girl from Genesis now. Snippy opting to go over to that Junkrat. They probably know that Wi-Fi is going to play the Junkrat, something he's known for.
Oh.
So we'll see. Teams looking like they're going to be mirroring, with the exception of the off tank.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. See, now here's the thing. I know that as an analysis point of view, the Junkrat is probably great, but I still don't like seeing him. I don't like playing against him. This is why. Look at this. Look at this. Already dead.
One of the Junkrats is already dead, so don't worry. It's maybe the second one will go down soon too. Yeah. But Komodo Knights just has the advantage. Oh, look at that. There's the other Junkrat dead. Now you have good honest Overwatch for you.
Now there's great vibes. Now the vibes are immaculate. Look at this. Look at them fighting without the harsh thing of mine. Komodo Knights takes the point first.
Yeah, that's
awesome.
a very quick window coming out from SPT. It really forces Genesis back into the corner here. They cannot push up with that window pressure there, and Tomathan spamming through on that Sigma. But Teku snipes Georgie out of the air with an excellently placed fire strike. Gets a second one in Tomathan. The shatter comes through, and Teku putting the team on his back with a nice big MTD there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was time. And we can't discount Ashiki either. They are performing absolutely splendidly on the Symmetra. They're using their beam well. They're just dealing consistent damage. And that's all you can ask for from your sim, right? To just build that beam up so you can just dish out so much harsh damage.
Yeah, and now Komodo Knights has to somehow get through all of the spam from Genesis. Genesis is gonna back up, be on the point here, but Georgie Boy already going down from the Symmetra. Looks like they sent a little cheeky TP bomb there.
Ooh.
And with no speed, they are trapped in the corridor. A food for Genesis to feast on. And I Need Healing, we need to talk about how quickly I Need Healing is getting these grabs, because it's kind of incredible. Already beating the Sigma in ult charge is just
crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. Luckily, Komodo Knights do have a pretty big ult bank here, and and that's Lucio down. That could lead to disaster.
Yep, the tires both trading out, but with no Lucio on the side of Komodo Knights, they are not going to have the advantage. They're not going to be able to stay alive in these fights. The wall comes out from spawn, it looks like, to try and keep this fight going, but I'm not sure it's what Komodo Knights need right now. Wi-Fi gets taken down though, and Genesis realizes they might have the advantage here if they just they get aggressive. They can maybe stop Komodo Knights from touching this point. A big flux coming out though from Tomathan. Gets 4, and it could be the turnaround that Komodo Knights needs. It looks like it might be. They're getting forced off the point. Genesis is in a bad position, and they're going to have to give up this fight. Komodo Knights finally making the comeback. Tomathan doing such a great job keeping Komodo Knights in this match off the back of a massive grab. I'm sorry, massive flux.
Yeah, you know, they're black hole ultimates. They're the same thing, right?
Yeah, we see the window come out from Bird Boys, and Jack gets burned down through all the spam damage. I Need Healing's not gonna be able to have a grab for this fight, though. This might be trouble for Genesis. They're gonna have to push around through main, trying to avoid SBT's window and try and press their advantage while they have it. Teku's looking to get that shatter. Genesis looking for their Zarya to come back with the grab.
And that's what they have to be worried about.
The grab is good. It catches Jack, catches the tank. Snippy gets the Doomfist as well, and now it's Komodo Knights on the back foot, looking like they might drop this first map here. Tomathan dropping dangerously low, dies to Teku, swinging away on that Reinhardt. Genesis looking so healthy, looking like they're going to be able to take this first map. Komodo Knights are just trickling in at this point, and it looks like it's over. I don't think they can even touch.
This must feel really good for Genesis too going into this, because obviously, as we discussed earlier, they can't unfortunately move on. But I mean, maybe it's the lack of pressure from that that's helping them push through. But they took that pretty well. They took round 2 really decisively, and then they gave us a really good showing on round 3.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I definitely, I sort of predicted Genesis taking one map.
Yeah,
I do think that they're kind of a 1-2 kind of team, but they looked really strong on those second and third points. I mean, the comp that they were playing just matched up so well against Komodo Knights, and they made the swaps they needed. They really played to perfection, and you know, maybe they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, well, that's what we can hope for, right? We want to see a good match. We want to see every team at least get a win because that's what we're here for, you know?
Yeah,
Yep.
it would be nice for Genesis to get their first win, and like you said earlier, definitely Genesis doesn't really have the pressure anymore. Maybe they can perform a lot better when they're not feeling that pressure to perform. Um, we've seen how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really excited to see where they take it from here because we're going into, I think we're going
So we're going to a hybrid map. We're
a
going to
hybrid Numbani. We're going to Numbani next,
interesting.
which
I can understand this pick. Reinhardt is not great on Numbani.
exactly.
Monkey, you want to play like Monkey or Ball Comp, something that can control the high ground better. And I think Jack feels a lot more comfortable matching up playing the Monkey against Tekugen. So this is sort of a very strategic pick from Komodo Knights here.
Yeah, they're obviously they still want to win this series, so they're looking to exhaust every single option they can, which is I respect it.
Yeah, and we do have some swaps coming in. We see Chicken Nugget God coming in for Genesis, and Clockwise and Noma coming in for Komodo Knights. So we'll see how much of a difference these swaps make. I think Komodo Knights. I think they're going to take this map. I think they're going to be able to play better comps and control the high ground better, which is just such a huge advantage on Numbani.
Oh my goodness! And are we seeing some Ana maybe, or are they playing me?
I think they could be playing Ana here. Ana, goes really
Love to
well
hear
with the
that.
Monkey. So
It looks like Genesis are looking to take this fight really, really early. Just surprise them. Do they know they're there? Do they know?
I don't.
They do
I don't
not
think
know.
They know.
They do not know.
Oh, and now Genesis is rushing in onto the back line. A nice purple from Noma, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Genesis just comes out of nowhere onto the back line of Komodo Knights, and they are just dead. But Wi-Fi
They do get
actually
two.
gets a tick.
They got two, and in that big distraction there, they got a tick, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's gonna force Komodo Knights to switch, though. It looks like.
I think if you're Komodo Knights, you have to be happy with that. I mean, you got a tick, even though you just sort of got deleted in that first fight. Just like Jack just now got deleted, just jumped in and immediately died. So Komodo Knights is just gonna have to reset here.
Yeah, and now because Komodo Knights did have to switch up some things and they took that fight so early, Genesis just has a huge lead in terms of ultimates. I mean, look at I Need Healing. They already have 80% to that grab.
Yeah, but Ishiki finds the ping onto Wi-Fi, so that's another stagger that's going to hurt Komodo Knights. That's going to force them to wait patiently for their Tracer to come back, burning time off the clock.
Yeah, this must feel really good too for Genesis. I mean, look at this
that's
grab.
Such a good grab from I Need Healing, but the nano boost saving Jack's life, enabling him to get up there. He's going to build the primal here, and Ashiki going down early. This primal from Jack is keeping key members of Genesis out of the fight. SBT does go down, but Jack finds Bird Boys in the back, and that might be it for Genesis. It could be. It's just Jack and Wi-Fi left. Oh, the shatter coming through from Teku, but
and Teku
he doesn't touch the point in time.
He can't touch the point.
Unfortunate.
They did kill some pretty good time though, and I Need Healing is already over 50% to next grab, which
yeah, it's incredible how fast he's charging those grabs. We see Komodo Knights is actually going to swap over to the Zarya themselves, so they're going to be playing that double bubble. They're going to be looking to have stronger engagements at the cost of their backline being a little bit weaker, so we're going to see if Genesis can run into the backline quickly enough.
Big
with a
from
pick.
Ishii.
Nice. He does have. He gets 2. That's just fight over right
3.
there. He's clicking away. He misses a few shots there, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. He's already done his job. Genesis putting up a nice bulwark on the first corner of Numbani here.
Yeah, and they're probably looking to hold here. It's not unheard of to have people hold here. I know I've been held here before, but Komodo Knights are coming up on Copy and on Valve, so they are looking pretty solid, but I Need Healing has the grab, and oh, look at Ishiki.
Oh, Ashiki in the backline. The sleep from Noma misses. Ashiki is now just free to pop that high noon. SBT going down. The copy from Clockwise doesn't find any value, and now it's Genesis. They're turning it around with this massive grab. Only finds Jack, and he does get out, but Wi-Fi taken down by Ashiki. Ashiki doing so much work on these flanks, and Komodo Knights just has to reset. They are out of juice for now. They got to come up with a different game plan, but Genesis isn't giving them the time. They're not giving them the space. Already walking up. The Nano already out on Jack. That's a big purple from Noma. Teku has to back up. Chicken Nugget God looking to turn it around with this beat, but the beat just wears out. Komodo Knights has time to come in. The shatter from Teku finds one, but there's nobody there to follow up on it. Now Komodo Knights going in. Bird Boys has to get a lot of work done with this window, make things work. But Chimpy finds Wi-Fi. Is this the turn that Genesis needs? Are they going to finally be able to close out this fight? It's been going on so long.
It has been a very long fight. They are... Oh!
Schnippy's going to turn it. Schnippy is going to put an end to our suffering with a nice big 2-man pole spot.
The DPS from Genesis in this map specifically have just been going off. Ishiki has been just pounding on the McCree, and Schnippy is following up great on the Tracer, and it's just great to see.
Tomathan, he gets a nice grab. Look at that. With the wall, they find a huge grab onto Tekugen. He's burned down, and with no front line from Genesis, they're going to be easy prey for Jack and Tomathan to take down. But as I say that, the fight's not finishing. Tomathan is actually the one who dies here. I Need Healing, another grab. How can
Chicken
they keep
Nugget God has
getting away
killed
with
2 people this fight.
How does I Need Healing get away with it? I'm just flabbergasted. Wi-Fi is doing his best, but he can't put up with the sheer energy that I Need Healing puts out. This man's always on high charge, building those grabs, turning these fights. Komodo Knights they just look lost.
Yeah, truly. I think, and there we have a window. Is it going to do anything?
Oh, the shatter from Jack in the back line. That's going to be big. Tekugen tries to make something done. He's going dangerously low, but a huge bubble from I Need Healing keeps him alive, but it's not enough. There's no healing on the side of Genesis, so Komodo Knights is going to win. I'm not sure if Genesis is even going to be able to touch here. They might just have to give up this second point.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it for them there. They're just going to try to hold third and try to see if it doesn't push all the way. They did, however, kill that time bank significantly.
Yeah, and now Komodo Knights is going to come in. They just have the beat, whereas Genesis has almost 4 ults here. Oh, a huge shatter from Tekugen.
That was massive!
Finds 4, goes around the side of Jack. An absolute MTD right there. Caught him looking the other way. What an absolute MTD. Unreal.
Yeah, and they only have a minute left, Freya, and at this point, I Need Healing has grab, which we know have just been going crazy this entire match. And Teku's probably looking to build another shatter pretty soon, especially with the aggression. Hopefully the May Blizzard can do something here to stop all that.
Oh, Wi-Fi gets taken down early. Komodo Knights just has to reset here, I think. I'm not sure. Oh, I Need Healing could get caught out, but it's a grab. It's a huge grab. 5-man here. The beat and the lamp need to be used. Teku shatters into the shield of Jack, finds nothing, but it doesn't matter. The aggression coming in from Genesis, pushing Komodo Knights back into spawn, not even letting them get that final fight that they want. It's Komodo Knights is just, they have to find somebody who can desperately touch this point. Ashiki with the high noon is going to stop them, though. I don't think anybody is going to be able to touch here. They're not.
Nope.
Oh, all those
That
ults.
sucks.
And
All those beautiful
nobody-
ults just coming out at the end. Look at all that beautiful colorfulness on the screen.
That
So
was-
Genesis must be feeling really good here. I mean,
Oh,
this is
absolutely.
not their map pick, and they held really, really well on Mbani.
Yeah, it's crazy. They played exclusively Reinhardt comps, exclusively Rush, and this map is a map that is not known for that. It is a very monkey heavy map, but Komodo Knights just seems to flounder. They even had to switch and mirror Genesis, and that was the only thing that kind of started working for them. But even in the end, Genesis just played it so much better.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to the synergy we have on Genesis's side. Teku and I Need Healing are just really enabling each other, and the healing coming out from the from Bird Boys and Chicken Nugget God is just, it's great. And we've already talked about how good the DPS are, so
Yeah, and this time we're gonna see Komodo Knights. They're gonna be playing the Pharah Hanzo. This is a very interesting comp coming out from them. Pharah traditionally does pretty decently into Rush, especially when there's no Diva. So they might have figured out Genesis's Kryptonite. However, Genesis can switch up comps, so we'll see what works better here.
yeah, they can. And it's also really interesting because obviously they have Pharah Mercy, but Ishiki has been doing really well on this McCree, but if they can't even get there, it doesn't matter.
No, Wi-Fi and Jack just crunch them in the small room there. This Pharah is doing so much, spamming into these hallways. Genesis just cannot keep up with the insane damage coming out, the AoE cleave from Jack, and those rockets from Wi-Fi.
It looks like Schnippy is trying to do some annoying Tracer stuff, as we all know Tracer to do.
Yep, we're actually seeing Genesis trying to go on this low ground, and Ishiki does take the high ground, finds Wi-Fi, but the res is there, and he gets traded out by Clockwise. Genesis all of a sudden on the back foot here, being spammed out, unable to find anybody to rush onto. Komodo Knights just playing so well. A big barrage coming in from Wi-Fi, finds two, and just cleans up this fight, forces Genesis back to spawn. Try again.
Yeah, and it has been, what, 2 fights now, and I have not seen that grav be built up super quickly, which is unfortunate, but I guess that's just the Pharah, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting that Genesis haven't switched to a Diva yet. It's right there. It would do a lot of work, but they're gonna keep forcing this, keep going onto this low ground here. But ooh, that's a nice snipe. The window fire strike finding Clockwise, and Wi-Fi desperately spamming into the room. Oh, big stick from Shimpy, but Bird Boys goes down. There's no more healing on the side of Genesis, and Jack coming in with that primal. He's coming up big. This could be anyone's fight here. Genesis looking like they might have it. If they can just take down Jack, that's all they need. And Jack does go down. The beat used late. That's a very ambitious beat from Chicken Nugget God.
It's an interesting beat, you know. Sometimes you just gotta flex on them. You just gotta show that you have it and you can use it. Luckily, Genesis will have both of their tank ults for this next fight, where Komodo Knights are kind of dragging behind because Jack tried to stall out the point there. But they will have, yeah, so it looks like the ult advantage is going in the way of Genesis.
Yep, but Wi-Fi, that Pharah is doing so much, and it's now time for Jack to engage. Tomathan falling dangerously low, but Wi-Fi pumping out so much damage with that Pharah ult. It's just cleanup time now. We see it clockwise spamming them out, finding these kills, but an excellent engage off of Wi-Fi's pick. Jack jumping in immediately as soon as they know they have that advantage.
Yeah, luckily there. They got to get the res off on to clockwise so they wouldn't be down a man that fight because Ashiki just showing they know what to do.
Oh, we see a big grab from I Need Healing. Is anybody going to be there to follow up? Schnippy is going to be there with the pulse bomb. Jack and Tomathan dying. Tank line from Komodo Knights down. And Schnippy is going in to clean up the back line along with I Need Healing. Already 30% to his next grab. I have to commend I Need Healing for just sticking with this Zarya and saying, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't need D.Va to beat your Pharah. We see it.
Oh, yeah,
The window.
100%.
The window is used, and Jack burning dangerously low, even through that nano. Wi-Fi almost going down here, but the grav dragon, that classic combo finding two. That's going to be a game changer there for Komodo Knights. They're finding the win. They're stopping the cart inches before this second point.
Yeah, and you've got to be a little worried here if you're Komodo Knights. Of course, they have the high ground with the Pharah, but they used 5 ults in order to secure that point there. And Genesis are coming back with
They're going to have breath
3
here.
at least. Yeah, exactly.
There's just, I don't know. Oh, this could be big though. That's
they
a
didn't
huge
know.
barrage on an excellent nade from Noma. What a great play there from Wi-Fi. Fantastic job. Even getting that direct at the end, almost just a flex on them.
Yeah, that must feel really, really good for Komodo Knights.
Yeah, the only bad point there is that they didn't get much to charge their ults with.
I mean, but they won the fight.
That's true, but it doesn't matter if Jack is going to die early.
That is
and now
very true.
Genesis just has free roam to go in here. They don't really even need to look at the Pharah. Look at that stick.
Oh.
Just the grab. The grab. Every time this man grabs like 3 or 4, it's unreal. I think Genesis might just take it here. I don't know if Komodo Knights can touch. They're not even... Jack, maybe. He's going to have to charge in, try and stop this cart. But it's going to be dangerous. Look at where he's getting ready for the Shatter. The Shatter comes down. I don't think it finds anybody. I think Jack knew. Bird Boys takes down Wi-Fi though. Nope.
It doesn't matter.
Nobody
They
touches
don't touch.
the cart.
They don't touch.
Oh, nobody touches the cart.
Genesis just won their match.
They won 2-0.
They did it. Real quick, too.
That's... Oh, look at this Shatter. Look at that. Just goes around the side of Jack. Unreal play there. I was not expecting that outcome, but well played to Genesis there. Just... They made it count when it didn't matter anymore, but they looked like they had so much fun with it.
Well, I'm back, by the way. I'm back here after Solomon drew my cam for some reason, took my cam while I wasn't on the desk. It's still. And also, Genesis did win their match. Like we just saw, Genesis won. Does it matter? No. Doesn't matter. But the important part is that they got a match win, right? That's what we talked about here. It's all about having fun. So still, we're going to get to see Komodo Knights move forward in the bracket. But looking back, having some reflections here as we look forward, because technically Komodo Knights, I don't know if they're guaranteed to get first seed in their group still, especially with this loss now. I'm not totally certain of it. In fact, Solomon, can we take a look at the standings real quick while we talk about it? Because I want to see if there's still a chance, because isn't there still more maps? Yeah, because High Ground Rhinos and Jasmine could still play and potentially, well, no, they couldn't, because they would be, well, yeah, they could, because they could go 5-3, right? So yeah, they're both these teams. That's possible. So looking back though at the match and reflecting upon it, how do we feel, Artemis, about the full-time Zarya pick on Numbani for I Need Healing? How do we feel about that one? I feel like that was a little odd.
It's a little odd, but when you feel confident on something and you can feel the synergy between your team, like Teku and I Need Healing probably did, they just wanted to stick to it. And at this point, they're not fighting for a play-in or anything like that. They're more so just fighting to survive. And if you think you can go off of that, then you might as well just play what you're comfortable with.
That makes total sense. Also, I just realized I totally fucked up the math with the standings because they're currently like the other two teams were like 1-1, I think, or like something. There's only 2 matches left. They can't possibly go 5-3. The math doesn't check out there, so that makes no sense. What I just said there, ignore that entirely. Looking forward for. Oh wait, Solomon, you about to tell us something?
I give you the math. So Komodo Knights 2-1. High Ground Rhinos versus Jasmine. The next game is
they could go 4-3 theoretically.
Right?
They could go 4-3.
Let's not the match, but so the winner of that will become second seed. And Komodo Knights have beaten both of those, so they win in the head-to-head. So
okay, so it doesn't matter. So there's literally no chance that they could lose the first seed.
No.
Okay.
They are first seed.
They're locked in either way. Okay, well that all makes sense. Well then, secondly, then Komodo Knights, they're locked in for the first seed here. So Freya, looking forward to the playoffs since they're guaranteed to get in now. Is Komodo Knights, I mean, on top of the Komodo hype branding, they sort of have the Pogu branding they have. Do you feel like this is going to be a team that's very strong in the playoffs, or maybe they just had like potentially like some very good matchups here in their group?
So it's before this match, I would say that they were looking really, really strong going into the playoffs. But now with that 0-2 loss to Genesis, I'm feeling a little bit more worried for their chances. They definitely were a lot of cracks in that armor there, and I'm just not feeling as confident. It looked like they just couldn't figure out how to beat the one comp that Genesis played. I don't think they switched. I think they switched heroes almost at all, besides to get some Symmetra play in. But Komodo Knights just couldn't match it. And will they be able to match comps coming out from other strong teams? I'm not feeling as confident now.
Okay, well then looking forward, if we throw up the rest of the schedule for today through the other streams, Solomon, real quick. So looking forward here, we have one final match left on this stream, which is High Ground Rhinos and Jasmine. The last 2 teams, they're both tied up, and they've only both won 1 match here, so they're really fighting for that second seed. Let's get some predictions for you two. So Artemis, High Ground Rhinos, Jasmine, is there a favorite there?
I'm going to predict High Ground Rhinos here.
Okay, and is there a reasoning for that?
Nope.
Nope, no reasoning. Okay, that's fair enough.
None at all. I just like their I like their branding. I like the fact that they're taking high ground.
That's good. That is good.
Yeah.
I can agree with all those. That's a really I like that. Okay. Well, Freya, then let's hear for you. High Ground Rhinos, Jasmine. Do you have a favorite?
All right, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna say Jasmine. Now I'm gonna say Jasmine because I know some of the players on Jasmine, and that's my prediction. Not based off any of how they played, what the matchup could be like, just because I know some of the players. So that's my pick.
Okay,
well,
both equally
we both
scientific.
have excellent analysis from the both of us.
Yeah, this was really good. That was really good from both of the members. And then I guess if we're I want to take a look as a final segue here for the last matches in the other stream, Solomon, if you can bring that up real quick, so we get some final opinions. So for B stream, we still have Hard Stuck, Saskatchewan Rough Riders, and Mac Tackle Fan Club and Aqua. So really quick from B stream, if you were to pick one match, Artemis, which one would they watch from B stream?
Ooh, you should watch Aqua because I host that one, so you'll see more of me.
Okay, so you should watch Aqua because Artemis hosts that one. Freya, one match.
You should watch Aqua because Aqua's a fun team to watch. They play sort of chaotic, and that's always fun to watch. I think it'll be a good game.
Okay, and then also C stream. Golira defeats British Seals 2. Golira defeats British Seals 2-0. Okay, I didn't expect that one. Well, then that is a shocker. Well, Bad Vibes Banished left Michigan Baby Eaters. I was gonna ask what matches to watch, but they've already finished one, so you know what? Ignore C stream. Ignore C stream. Let's just talk about. We have an interview, supposedly. Ooh. We also have an interview, so we're all gonna do a 3-person interview here for Teku Jin, I believe Jack as well, from Komodo Knights. But we currently have Teku here. Teku,
what up?
Well, I'll start out. Tekujin, you've won your final match here in the group stages. you know, what adjustments did you make to come into this? How did you prepare?
We learned how to stop sucking. We learned how to close a series out. It's actually crazy what happens when you don't decide to have a rigatoni pasta spilled all over the floor.
Okay, that's a very specific amount of adjustments I'd have to make. Well, my other co-desk members, Artemis, would you have a question for Teku?
Yes, actually, I do. I've provided my own expert analysis, obviously, but why did you guys decide not to switch off the Zarya on Numbani there?
Lack of better terms, I Need Healing is a freaking crack case at the hero. He builds grabs nearly every fight, so we just figured, screw it. Other shit wasn't working. We'll just run this.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Freya?
I don't know. That comp that you played on Numbani, it looked like it was your guys' strongest comp. Is that most of what you practiced in your scrims? Just that one specific Rein Zarya. You had Lucio, Bap. Was that sort of your go-to for all of these matches?
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of a comfort pick, I would say. I just tried to turn on my my camera, but it doesn't.
That's okay. That's okay. People are saying that this desk looks like the popular people in high school. So
I was not popular in high school. Let's shut that down right now.
I was really popular, and I can tell that Teku was really popular too. So this actually that makes perfect sense. I would say you would be on the desk wrong, Josh. And well, those are all great questions. Teku, you're going to be casting a match later.
Yes, I will be casting the Aqua match, the fabled Aqua match that was just talked about. So make sure to tune into that. And yeah,
You'll see me and you'll see Teku.
Yeah, see two of the people currently
What more
on the
could you
popular person
want?
desk. Artemis and Tekujin are both going to be there. Well, I guess we're going to head into a break real quick because we're supposed to have Jack was supposed to be here for an interview from Komodo Nights, but apparently not. So instead, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, we will have more Sub Tournament 4.
to blame. Yeah, so I don't wanna love you. I don't wanna hurt you anymore. Oh, I don't wanna hold you. I don't wanna hurt you anymore. So I think you should walk out the door, door, door. Out the door, door. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And we're back. We had quite a long break because we were waiting for one of these people, Rain's team, to finish up on B stream there. But now we have the final match of the day here for this particular stream. We have High Ground Rhinos versus Jasmine, and I'm joined by Rain and Wi-Fi. And we have to talk about this last match here a little bit. High Ground Rhinos, Jasmine. This is determining who goes through to the second seed for Group B here. And let's just talk a little bit about these teams. Rain, I know you haven't had a lot of a chance to keep up with them, but just because you've been playing, obviously, and casting. But let's hear your opinion real quick on, like, if you were to pick a favorite right off the bat, just from the feeling, High Ground Rhinos, Jasmine, who do you have?
Well, looking at the rosters, I would give a slight edge to High Ground Rhinos. Just a lot of very recognizable names there from, BPL and past sub-tournaments. But Jasmine, they've shown that they can bring the power as well, especially with a lot of high players like Peepo, very notable main tank player, and Bolting Cake, very underrated in my opinion as a flex support, very good flex support. So I'm looking at those as like power players on Jasmine to bring it to the High Ground Rhinos.
And Wi-Fi, echoing that sentiment here. Where do you feel about both these teams, High Ground Rhinos, Jasmine? Do you have a favorite? How do you feel about them exactly moving in? Like, is there some sort of style that stands out for either of these teams?
I mean, yeah, I think each teams are very good in their own right, but I think it'll be very different because Jasmine preferred to just pocket Peepo and the monkey because that's like what he's known for, and they just like to play the Ana dive and go on that. But High Ground Rhinos, obvious with their name, they have the Reinhardt hammer, their logo, so they really are playing Rush because Signa is a really good Reinhardt, and I've played against both of these teams now, and I beat both of them on the Komodo nights. But I would say
humble brag, by the way, humble brag.
Well, we did lose to Genesis, so it's okay. It doesn't. Yeah. But I'd have to agree with Rain. I think High Ground Rhinos will probably edge it out. I just think they have a lot stronger players compared to Jasmine, where they have a few good players, but like all around across the board, I think High Ground Rhinos they just have some better pieces.
Okay, well, let's also talk about, so High Ground Rhinos, they picked the first map. It's going to be Lijiang. So when we look at Lijiang here, what do we feel like the meta for both these teams are going to be playing? Like what their compositions are going to be like, Rain?
Well, I feel like I would give the advantage to High Ground Rhinos just off the bat because, everybody who goes on Lijiang, we know it's like a popular rush map for most of the points. Maybe on like Gardens, you don't play as much rush. You might favor Jasmine, sort of Winston dive on that map. But for the other two, you can really make a case for the High Ground Rhinos comp being the favored comp most of the time, just with the confined spaces of both of those points, Control Center and Night Market. So if we're looking to see these teams play what they've been playing on all three maps, it looks like a good map for the High Ground Rhinos, and that's a good pick for them. But I can see Jasmine taking it just as well.
And Wi-Fi, would you agree with what Rain says? Do you think that High Ground Rhinos are favored for this first map, or is there a chance for Jasmine to eke it out?
I mean, there could be a chance for Jasmine if they play what they've been playing, like to the best of their ability. Like they could totally like come out here with a double bubble on the maps that you would normally favor the rush on, but there is that chance that they just play like perfectly and out of their minds, and they're just like in sync like all the time, and they just dominate the rush. But like normally here, you would give it to most of the rush comps, but there is a small chance that Jasmine could eke it out.
Okay, and if there's one player, let's just both go through some key players to watch here. So first, we'll just do one. You guys both are going. So Rain, one player to watch. Doesn't matter what team. Who are you going to watch?
For me, it's got to be Signet. He pulls out so much crazy stuff on this Reinhardt, presuming he was to play this Reinhardt. He's in your back line. He's the high ground Reinhardt, right? So he's all over the place. He's the one making these crazy plays and really like drawing eyes towards him. So if there's going to be a player to watch for me, it's got to be Signet.
And Wi-Fi, your player.
Yeah, I think the opposing main tank, Peepo, is probably another good player to watch out for. I think this is really just like a main tank battle here because Peepo is very proficient on what he does, and it should be a good match to watch.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm going to head on out. So you guys got the cast, and good luck.
Wonderful.
All right, yeah, like we said here, the High Ground Rhinos are opting for this rush, and they're going to come on to point. Well, Jasmine not playing the monkey, in fact, playing the ball. Maybe a counter pick here because they know that the High Ground Rhinos are going to favor this rush here. Signet, they're coming in. Here comes the dive of Peepo. Peepo slamming in. Waddit's hacked up, and this Pharah's going to have to get a lot of work, but Peepo's getting stunned and frozen. Signet on the ground, and they're just going to... The high ground riders are just trying to sustain on point here, and then Jasmine, they're trying to build up and get damage with this Pharah while they possibly can. Signet's antied, so maybe actually big anti from Bolton Cake, but they're just going to farm ults here on the side of Jasmine, and that's Protein Shake down. That's a really good pick, and Signet sleeping on the job, and that's the MO out. Another big anti from Bolton Cake, going to take out 4, and man, with that anti, the Pharah's just going to be able to do so much work, but Signet's swinging in. He's trying to keep this alive. There just looks like there's just going to be stall here unless nope, Signet does not get the pin off the map on Peepo, but yeah, that is what you want to see from Jasmine. Just, you know, slow fights and get damage off that Pharah.
It's a crazy first fight. Well done from Jasmine. They're using this sort of poke comp, less of a dive really, and more of a poke with the ball diva. We saw it a lot in BPL where you don't really want to take an engagement. You want to wait for your Pharah Mercy combo to sort of sit there and get damage out while the ball sort of floats around the side ready to engage.
Yeah, we see a barrage here coming out. Nano Pharah, I mean, that's just a clean fight when they have to use the Nano, and they used 3 ults for that, and High Ground Rhinos didn't use anything. They just elected a TP to point when they knew that the Pharah had barrage. I think that was just a dry fight, you know, get out ults from the side of the High Ground Rhinos, and you know, with they're having 5 ults coming up here, this should be if High Ground Rhinos want to commit here, it'd probably be here.
It's good from the High Ground Rhinos to take that dry fight, but also from Jasmine. If you were going to use ults in that fight, they used good ones. They used the Barrage, you know, pretty non-committal as an ult, and then just the Mercy Valk. So they've still got EMP, they've still got Diva Bomb here. Some really good ultimates to use.
People with 2 with the mines, and then it's a 3-man EMP, and they... High Ground Rhinos used 4 of their ults and they got 0 value. I mean, Signet shattered the Mercy on high ground, but Mercy jumped before the shatter came off, so the Mercy just flew to the ground, and they got 0 value out of 4 of their ultimates. Now they're making swaps.
It's exactly as I was about to say. They're really well cyclable ults from Jasmine the way they did it just then. They use the EMP and the mines, 2 ults that can easily win a fight on their own, so it doesn't matter too much that they'd used 3 ultimates in that previous fight, and because of that, those 3 ults that they did use, the Barrage is coming up 20% left, the Nano's coming up 30% left. It's really good cycling here from Jasmine.
Yeah, we see Signet on the Hog, just trying to get some work done in the back end. He did make a lot of space for his DPS to get the Pharmacy down, and Remit killed a Protein. That's an unfortunate roll, and I mean, Jasmine should be able to eke this out, especially with, okay, well, Butters is going to be able to get out, but we see Wada on the point alone, not what you want to see. He's not even going to be able to build a Flux this map, probably, and Signet on the ball, just trying to stall up point, but this should be done for the High Ground Rhinos. I think Jasmine just have so much sustained power, unless someone can come up with some miracle play. Protein Shake on the McCree here is going to have to pop off, but it's probably not very likely. They're looking at Protein Shake, and this should be done. Nobody's going to be able to touch, and that's the point for Jasmine.
It's really, really well done on the side of Jasmine, honestly. I'm presuming that this was their game plan going in because they knew the High Ground Rhinos were going to be this rush team. They knew that that was what they were going to do on that point. The sim strat, TP to point, everybody pretty much does it unless you like specifically want to play poke like Jasmine did. And the way that Jasmine played that poke comp was very well done. They said, okay, we give them the point, we let them get, 20% while we, get ourselves situated, get our fire in position, get our ball in position, and then as soon as, they notice that a target has been brought particularly low by Dubu's fire damage, Peepo is able to roll in, and it's just an easy cleanup for them. And they can't, High Ground Rhinos, they can't get back in for the entire rest of the point. Straight to 99 and a full victory for Jasmine. So really, really well done, just as a macro play there for me, for Jasmine. Very well done.
Yeah, and we're seeing both teams switch to different compositions. Jasmine on the classic double bubble dive with the Mercy here, and they have the Echo and the Mercy just because they know that High Ground Rhinos are going to play Rush. But, I mean, this is an interesting take on Rush. They've been playing this all tournament, this Monkey Ryan Rush with the Genji. Drakey loves his Genji. That guy's a Genji extraordinaire. I mean, this guy, he's just cracked out on it, and they just want to put him on it. And they're just going to take the point here, and Mint's caught out. A good peel from Waddit, actually, to be able to catch Dubu there. I mean, that was an amazing peel. They should be able to catch the Mercy here, but yep, that's the Mercy. Protein's popping off on this McCree right now, and they're going to be able to walk to a point here. Waddit's just on the point, tasing up the entire enemy team. And eventually, they're going to be able to... Yeah, Bolton Cake dies to the Fire Strike from half the map, across the map, and I mean, that was just a fight for High Ground Rhinos. They just kind of waited, and the dive didn't really get much, so they just kind of sustained.
It was kind of the opposite of what we saw. In goes Signet. Oh my god, as I'm trying to analyze, in he goes. He's in. But yeah, it's kind of the opposite of what we saw on the first point, right? So Jasmine, they're running this sort of double bubble, more traditional dive comp as all this cleanup happens. I'm sort of ignoring it because it's really just a bunch of extended fight cleanup here until Drake goes in and feeds, I guess.
They're kind of in there.
Oh dear.
They're very much. The three of them died because they were very much in there. But I mean, I guess they still have the monkey, and they're about to come up with a nano, so they could nano monkey here. But I imagine you save that for the blade. You can probably just back up here and, you know, stall for time right now because your monkey's just sitting on point. That's the window high noon, but Protein's unable to get the shot off, and Butters is going to go down. No MO in sight, and Watt is just going to go down here. That might have been an over-aggression, I'd say, from the high ground Rhinos, but they're still going to commit to this fight. Drakey almost has the blade, trying to build the blade. Dupe is running away. Here comes the blade, I'd imagine. Yep. Oh, Dupa gets taken down, and then here comes the Nano Blade. Drakey not going to be able to do much with this. Zarya still alive, and those bubbles coming out, and that's the point flip for Jasmine.
Well, it really is feast or famine with Signet. You know, sometimes he makes the crazy plays, and sometimes he does that, where he's just in the enemy spawn with his DPS, and they all die, and then you just give up the point for basically free. More than that, not only do you give it up for free, but you invest into that fight as well. So that's unfortunate for the side of the high ground Rhinos, who really would have probably wanted to play that a bit cleaner, but it's looking like they're going to be able to recontest here. Goodbye, Bolton Cake.
Bye-bye, Bolton Cake. Waddit with his primal is flexing his muscles, saying that, you know, I'm a bit of a monkey player myself, and they're gonna clean up false words on the Zarya there. And here comes their advance to point, and Peepo's gonna try to stall this out with the primal. I don't know if you would have wanted to commit to this as Peepo, because he's just gonna have to back out now. I mean, he's still stalling point, so this is completely solvable, but you know, I'd imagine they just give it up, and you know, they just high ground Rhinos flip back.
Yeah, I don't think you would have wanted to invest there as Peepo. I think, you know, you want to stall out the point, obviously, because that time is very valuable, but honestly, if you're alone monkey primaling, you can stall for a little bit, but it's not going to be long enough to have any significant impact. And here comes Signet.
Oh no, Signet missing the shatter, and Stack Overflow's gonna catch Butters without the lamp, and Peepo's going in. Signet's gonna have to pop off here, as Signet's just swinging in the back. Oh, bye-bye, Signet. The dupe from Dubu actually managing to boop off Signet there. He actually got 2 with the Primal Rage there. Dubu is showing that, you know, maybe I'm also a bit of a monkey player like what it is, and, you know, but High Ground Rhinos, they're gonna come back here with a Nano Blade.
It's exactly like I was saying with Signet, you know, he's in the back line somehow. I have no idea how he gets into these positions to do things like that in the first place, how they let him get back there, but he gets there and he almost gets the charge kill onto either the Ana or the Brig. That would have been a crazy first pick, but unfortunately it does not end well for him, and thus it's final fight here for High Ground Rhinos.
Yeah, Drakey's just trying to build up to the Nano Blade. They're trying to pocket. Signet is once again in there. It's just doing Signet things, and he's so low, but they're not able to kill him with that lamp from Butters. Here comes the Nano Blade. Drakey's and Drakey's dead. They lost the Nano, but they gave the Nano to the Reinhardt, and Signet's just on this point. We're gonna reflip again. These teams are just so back and forth with giving up this point. Peepo does not want to lose this fight at all, and he gets both supports with the primal. Drake is coming back on the soldier, and this is just going to come into a stall fight. Both teams at 99%, are going to be at 90%, and they're going to come into stall here, and this is just stall on the side of the High Ground Rhinos coming in. Butters on the Lucio, Drakey on the... They're making full swaps to stall, and I don't know, unless they can get some magical stall here, Dubu's going to have the copy, and this should be fight done. I would imagine Jasmine win this fight, especially if they can get this pick on Mint. Mint's down, but 2 go down on the side of Jasmine, and both their DPS, they have no damage on the point. This rally is gonna they have to kill this rally now, but this rally, it's so much just staying on point. Signet slamming in with the monkey. They're just trying to get any picks right now. They have no damage on the side of Jasmine, but they're coming back. Drakey's gonna go down to false words, and he's gonna build this grab up. This high charge Zarya is just so much damage on point, and he's gonna have grab. This should be it for Jasmine. I think it's just stall right now for the High Ground Rhinos. Yep, but it comes to grab on Mint. Mint's down, bye-bye, and it's just Signet on point. I'd imagine this should be it.
And the classic stalls on Gardens, but that's it. That's a 2-0 victory on Lijiang Tower for the side of Jasmine. So very interesting. Not what I expected, definitely coming into this. As I said, it was a rush favored map High Ground Rhinos, they're the Rush favored team, but Jasmine working very well around this sort of poke comp. Not so much a dive as we predicted. I guess it sort of was on Gardens, but really this poke comp that we saw here on Night Market working very well around the High Ground Rhinos sort of Rush setup to really get this, make them uncomfortable, you know, because they're the Rush comp. They want to stick together. The poke comp, it makes them not want to do that because you don't want to take the splash damage from the Pharah. You don't want to all get bowled over by this ball and you get picked apart piece by piece. So kudos to Jasmine. They did it very well, and it's now the ball's in High Ground Rhino's court, right? They've got to pull this back. It's their map pick now for hybrid. There's, you know, 3 guesses as to where they want to go. I don't know. Can they bring it back, do you think?
I mean, potentially. I'd imagine High Ground Rhinos want to go to Kings Row. That's where they've always gone. That's kind of their bread and butter, is just, you know, Kings Row with the Rush, you know, classic stuff like that. And if I'm Jasmine, maybe they go to Kings Row and they don't want to mirror. Maybe they just play that poke comp, because I know teams are electing to play the Pharah on first and second. I mean, just to not mirror in the Rush. If you're less confident in the Rush, you can potentially just play something else entirely. Like, I know it's Kings Row and it's funny Reinhardt map, but you don't have to play the Reinhardt on Kings Row, I should say.
Yeah, it's definitely more diverse of a map than a lot of people think it is. As I fade into oblivion there for a second, don't mind me. Yeah, it's definitely more diverse of a map, especially on the first and second points than, you know, just Rush. You can run a lot of different things. I think definitely if Jasmine were to run that poke comp that they've just ran on Night Market, that could definitely work on the first and second points of Kings Row. I could see that working very well for them, especially if they execute it the same way that they have been thus far. You know, being able to pick apart these individual pieces of the High Ground Rhinos. They're not quite as together as they want to be, mostly because they don't want to be taking that splash damage from Dubu's Pharah. So it's yet to say, if they take it to Kings Row, it's still a very good possibility that Jasmine could end up taking this 2-0.
I mean, yeah, Jasmine do have a strong chance to make this 2-0, but High Ground Rhinos are looking to at least win one map here, and both of these teams, their tournament lives are on the line. And I mean, I'm turning purple, but I don't imagine the High Ground Rhinos want to turn purple and just squeal over and fall down right now. But this is because they want to win this next map. It's very important for them.
It is Eichenwald. I have confirmation. Eichenwald, next map, not Kings Row. So a very interesting pick from the High Ground Rhinos. I guess perhaps there's more high ground on Eichenwald, so you can be a High Ground Rhino, perhaps. Also, Frank,
I would say if they want to win this map, I mean, they pick Eichenwald, but Eichenwald is one of the better Pharah maps, I'd say, against Rush, because if you're gonna play Rush on attack, you'd say you can just play Pharah on defense, and the Rush has to go so far. They have to travel such a long distance. The Pharah's just able to get so much value out. So if you're Jasmine, you're kind of happy with this map pick.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, for me, it's a very questionable pick from the side of High Ground Rhinos. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is. Maybe they've been cooking stuff up. You know, they've been in the labs. They've been working on something to surprise us all with. But if that's not the case, and they're just going to come out with this rush that they've been running, especially if it's the monkey Rhine rush with the Genji, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is going to Eichenwald specifically, especially when we just saw Jasmine run over them with a Pharah comp. And just completely destroy them. So I'm not entirely sure. It's looking like, judging by how things have looked so far, this is going to be another Jasmine map. But you know, feel free to prove me wrong, High Ground Rhinos. Let's see what you've got cooking up.
Yeah, maybe they'll bust out like double shield or something. You never know. I mean, double shield could be good if Drakey does want to play the Genji, you know, pull into dash. That used to be a good old meta back in the day. I mean, when Genji was just insanely very, 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 very good. But we'll see what they lock here in about 3 seconds, and we'll see if there's any surprises coming out. And it seems like Jasmine are actually going to take the Rush mirror. I'm very surprised at this.
That is strange to me, especially since they're on the defense first. Of course, High Ground Rhinos on the attack. Odd also that Jasmine have opted to defend first, you know, because it's High Ground Rhinos map pick, Jasmine gets to pick the side, and they've opted to defend first. Not something you normally see. A lot of teams, they'll want to attack first because they set the benchmark for how far they will need to defend from. But Jasmine, they say, you know what, we're confident in our defense. We want to have a steadfast hold on point A and make it so the high ground Rhinos can't get anywhere, first and foremost. So yeah, like you said, it's interesting that they're trying to take this rush mirror. They're taking, you know, the more classic May-Cree rush. You got Brow Daddy coming in for Wardet, playing the Sigma instead, so a little bit more standard than the Winston. But yeah, it's a weird choice from Jasmine to take the rush mirror, especially on a map that we've seen is so good for what they were running in the first place, that they seem more comfortable.
I mean, Jasmine, they're just running at Protein, and that's one down, and this Genji's gonna... I mean, what is happening right now? I mean, the teams are so split right now. Jasmine was so split on the point. I mean, they went down and hunted Protein, and then they just kind of got split. The high ground Rhinos, like, split them up so badly with Signet on the Reinhardt. I mean, Signet pins in and dies, but, I mean, the high ground Rhinos, they should be able to take this. It looks like they're might be able to recontest here outside of Jasmine, but False Words goes down. Pipo is so low on point, but the window's up, and they're trying to turn this with the window. Bolton Cake's gonna have to do so much work here, and it's just not gonna happen. I mean, you invest the window, not the worst ult to invest. You get window in like 2 seconds anyway, so I mean, I'm not sure what happened on the side of there of Jasmine. It seems like they went in and then just got split and they just died.
Yeah, it started off decently well for Jasmine. You know, they rotate around the side and they take out the McCree, but they somehow get split off from themselves, even though they were the ones making the rotation. I guess that's just the power of the high ground Rhinos. As Signet, in he is, and down he goes. Unfortunate from my boy Signet there. Oh, that's a bad one. But yeah, it looked alright from the side of Jasmine, but they just got picked apart by high ground Rhinos.
Oh, bye-bye, Jerky. Jerky tries to invest the blade there. He's trying to go in and... it seems like with Signet being down, they don't really have much frontline pressure, I'd say, on the high ground Rhinos, and Signet's gonna go down again as he Borpa spins, and I mean, this is a good holding place for the side of Jasmine.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Jasmine, this is the ideal holding spot, especially since you've been running this rush the whole time. May's wall is large enough to cover the entire choke point, regardless of where high ground Rhinos want to come out from. So given that high ground Rhinos themselves don't have a May to play around, it's definitely in the advantage of the side of Jasmine.
Oh, the pin go down, but Signet pins and the bomb was still behind him. I mean, I think he entrusted that maybe he thought the lamp was available there for him, and, you know, they're just chasing these. But yep, the supports are going to jump off. I think Sleeping's actually still alive somewhere in the back line. He didn't actually die, I think. I think he jumped off with Butters, but maybe Sleeping said, I'm a ditch Butters, and he's just going to go. Yep, they're hunting for him. They know he's there, and High ground Rhinos don't have speed on the front line as Protein goes to the Doomfist. They're on Doomfist Genji now. I think this is just some wacky stuff coming up from the High ground Rhinos. That was an interesting chatter from Pipo, but Signet is in the back line. A big flux coming out, but that's going to be countered by the Blizzard and the beat coming in from the side of Jasmine. And I mean, it just looks like Jasmine are just completely grouped up, and I know High ground Rhinos are doing some silly stuff with Signet flanking in the back line. He's just doing what he does, and Dupu's actually going to go down to a shot from Protein, and this could be the opening that High ground Rhinos need.
It's weird from Jasmine. They had such a good hold, but then they decide to not only overinvest, but then over-push, and now all of a sudden it's given High ground Rhinos this sort of advantage and this opportunity to take this push. They should have just stayed at the choke. They should have just stayed at that choke that they were holding so completely well, and now because of that over-investment and over-aggression from the side of Jasmine, it's given High ground Rhinos this opportunity to get past that critical choke point and underneath the gateway bridge here, moving on to the main bridge of Iconvold, one of the hardest points to defend from, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see them take the high ground here, but with that Sonic Arrow, they know where they're entirely at. Protein almost has this Dragon Strike, and it seems like he was just swapped to Hanzo, so that's... I mean, you can see the damage that Protein is putting in. Signet going on the ground, that's a counter pin from Pipo, and Signet and Brow Daddy are going to go down, and I mean, I don't exactly know what happened there, but both of their tanks on the side of High ground Rhinos just collapse, and we saw Protein's going to commit the Dragon Strike. That's an interesting use of an ultimate. We might see another swap from Protein here. It seems like he's playing Mystery Heroes at this point, and
I would like to see him swap. I would like to see him swap after that one, but yeah, that time it was just Brow Daddy goes down, Signet says, I'm pinning, as he is one to do, as he does again, and the same thing happens the second time. He goes down just from, you know, he pins, that's what he does. He's Signet, so he pins. He presses left shift quite often. And sometimes it goes well, and sometimes it goes like this has been, where he has now been to the respawn doors, I think like 8 times, perhaps. I've not been counting super closely, but it's been a lot. It's been an unfortunate amount for old Signet, and now they've got a big disadvantage here, given that Jasmine has full control of this high ground with a window on it as well.
I mean, yeah, Protein's going to go over to the Junkrat. A bit of an interesting pick here, especially with the comps that they're playing. I mean, I guess I just want more frontline damage. So I'm actually going to try to pin Peepo off, but Peepo is fast enough to react to that. Big shatter. I mean, that's just textbook from Peepo. No shield available. How does that shield not block from Brow? I feel really bad. And, I mean, it seems like the high ground Rhinos are just... We do a little bit of trolling, and
they were so far apart from each other there. Signet was on the point, as we saw. That is fine. He pushed, he pushed onto the point to try and get it moving. But the rest of his team was still under that little archway where the window was, trying to LOS it, I suppose. So Signet got left high and dry. He wasn't able to get lamped by sleeping. He wasn't able to get nanoed by Butters or anything. I say lamped by sleeping. He's playing Lucio, but you know what I mean. He wasn't able to get supported, sped around. Anything by either of his supports. His off tank couldn't help him. No support for Signet, and it just ends up with an easy shatter for people.
Yeah, but here comes the Nano Blade from Drake. He's gonna have to come up huge with this fight. They already used the beat, and that's the freeze out, and they're only able to catch sleeping with that freeze, and everything's just so split right now that it seems like the high ground Rhinos is kind of what they want. They kind of thrive in the chaos, you know. They're more of a we do, you know, everything type team. We just kind of we're just everywhere. I mean, what are you going to do whenever we're literally everywhere? There's going to be a recon test here from the side of Jasmine. Mahir's going to come out with the high noon. Protein actually gets booped off the map. He had Tire. Sleeping is going to commit the beat, and it's not going to catch Sig or Butters, but it seems like it should be enough. Protein's spawn tiring right now, and they've the fight's already won, but this should be a cap from the high ground now. So guys, here comes the Tire, big Tire from Protein right now.
Big Tire incoming. But yeah, no, that fight was one off of a fat Signet shatter. I believe I saw 4 on the ground that time around. Absolutely insane from him. A complete turnaround from what we've been seeing, where he charges in and is dead. A massive shatter to win his team the second point. So, you know, feast or famine, I suppose. And there's another one!
That's what we like to see from Signet. He does the good old 180 shatter. You know, give people a little bit of a bait in. I mean, Signet is going to go down. The shatter was massive, but they weren't really able to convert the kills. I mean, they have Junkrat and Genji. I don't know how you're going to be able to convert kills off of that big shatter that Signet just put on display, but they're coming up to another Nano Blade, and that seems like it's been their win condition for High Ground Rhinos, this Nano Blade, and I mean, it's going to have to be huge, but Jimmy's going to have the beat, and the beat's going to be able to go off, and the bomb, he's narrowly avoiding the bomb. He managed to take out Peepo with the help of sleeping, and the Flux is going to come out on the side of Brow Daddy, and that seems like it should be it. It's just stall coming out here from Dubu on the cart. This is actually a massive stall. It's going to allow the rest of the team to regroup here, and I mean, you don't really have anything on the side of Jasmine, but you're not really coming up with anything on High Ground Rhinos either. It's just kind of just a neutral fight we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I would, you know, given the respawn vicinity, I would give it to Jasmine here, just because, you know, they respawn so closely, and even if nobody dies, it's still gonna favor Jasmine, because they're so close to the spawn that as soon as, like, if you trade 1 for 1, that's a win for Jasmine, because they can get back already.
Yeah, I say that they had the ults on Jasmine, but they got 0 with this Tire. Actually, Massive gets 2 with the Tire. That's actually fight winning from the side of Protein, and he's gonna, yep, like, that Tire is actually fight winning. Getting 2 right there is completely, like, he just won the game for them. And Jasmine, they weren't able to get anything with the ults that they had. They got 0 with the Blizzard and 0 with the High Noon. I mean, that's just a collapse from Jasmine.
A little bit, but I do want to touch on some stuff that I wasn't able to get to through the main portion of that map, because things just happened so fast. High Ground Rhinos, they were running with this combo of the Flux Nano Blade, and that was how they were sort of winning these big fights, you know, these midpoint fights, these middle of the streets phase, you know, kind of getting into point C fights, where you'd have the Sigma Graphitic Flux come out, bait out the beat from Jimmy Blanca, and then you'd go in with the Nano Blade when there was only a lamp to stop it. And so it's, you know, it's a tried and true combo from the side of High Ground Rhinos. Only 3 ults to use, and then you've still got, you know, your Tires, your Shatters, other things to just, like, maybe get a fight or two, like we saw Signet do at the end of point B. But because of that, Jasmine, they're just steadily losing fights. And while they do get it into overtime, they do have a very steadfast defense, they do let it get all 3 points on the side of High Ground Rhinos because they're cycling these combo ults to get these. They're not taking the neutral fights super well. They're losing quite a few of the neutral fights, but then they come in with these big ultimate combos and win the important fights to get the points. And that is how High Ground Rhinos have managed to cap so far. And, that's just a bit of a well-played macro from them, which is nice to see.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see Jasmine play the standard rush again, and High Ground Rhinos, they have the Torb Genji rush, very classic rush you'd like to see, and
standard.
They're gonna look for this Signet flank pin, I'd imagine, with sleeping on the Lucio. Here it comes. When they're gonna go past choke, I imagine Signet's gonna jump in the backline and immediately pin. False Swords is too smart for this, and he knows what's gonna happen. He flies up and pressures Signet out, and Signet goes anyways.
Oh dear.
Signet is gone.
Oh dear.
Interesting from Signet. They got the sleep off, and he's just like, I'm gonna press the pin button.
Okay, so what started out as just some good spatial awareness from the side of False Words turns into a complete differently sized advantage from Signet's supreme affinity to press the shift key. When, you could have just backed off, you went for that silly play, maybe it would have worked. False Words checks you, that's a shame. Go back to, standard defaults, but he pins in, he gets slept, he dies, and now his team have lost the point. So that's unfortunate there from Signet.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Signet is doing the classic, he's doing the Signet classic, just more of a pin type Ryan player, and they're gonna clean up these staggers here, they got some early spawns, and they're gonna be able to catch them here, and Drakey almost has the blade here. The Genji's actually lapping the Ana. Not lapping, but being very ahead of the Ana in blade charge. But as I say, that Butters is going to be able to get some poke. I'd imagine from Signet taking all the damage. Sleeping is in there, a bit of a Reddit Lucio. And Signet not going to be able to escape that one. The main wall is too good from the side of Dubu. And Drakey's probably going to fall quickly after. And it just seems like High Ground Rhinos are just, they just decide to concede the points when they feel like it. When Signet is just like, I'm just going to press W. And
yeah, they're getting snowballed a little bit. I would talk about, the ult cycles. We see High Ground Rhinos, they've got the Blade, Nano's coming soon, and the Flux, that standard combo that they've been working towards the whole time to counter Jimmy Blanca's beat, which he does also have up, so it's good they have that in mind. But they're not even using ults, they're just getting completely destroyed in the neutral game, as we see again here, Signet getting charged over the map. It's just complete domination.
Domination from Signet. I mean, they didn't even have to use the Nano Blade, they just got out they just used the Flux and won that fight. I mean, as Jasmine, you'd probably take that, just use the beat for the Flux, it's whatever, and you still have a 4-minute time bank coming here on second. I mean, they just have to wait for this Nano Blade to be out, and then they just gotta push in. I mean, if you're on the side of Jasmine, you just don't use anything here, just like die to the Nano Blade, and that should be good. But Drakey's so low, but he gets the Nano off, and here comes the Blade. Yep, this is what you want to see. Jasmine, actually, they committed 3 ults to that fight.
Was it 3 or 4? Because Peepo shattered as well.
Did people also? So they committed 4 ults to that fight when they didn't have to use anything, I'd say.
Granted, High Ground Rhinos did also commit 3 of their own, so perhaps it was, an even-ish trade, but I agree on this. Oh my god, they didn't see it coming! Signet! Those people have families!
Oh, Signet saw them all walking through castle, and he said, I'll do it myself. Signet, High Ground Ryan, he saw them from the high ground, and JK's just able to clean up with the 1 dash there, and, we got Protein in the Junkrat again. Classic Junkrat pick. He saw this from me on the second match. This is Wi-Fi
what I was saying about High Ground Rhinos using as many ults as Jasmine did is completely out the window now, because they built half of all of them back already just off of that one team wipe from Signet. Massive plays from that man.
Wait, False Words gets 2, gets 3 with the 1 with the remake, he gets 2 with the bomb, and Signet tried to go for the exact same play, and it looks like Jasmine were very aware of it this time. They tried, I think they played to bait Signet into dropping there, and then Peepo pinned him out of out of the room, and that allowed false words to get 2 with the bomb and 1 with the remake. I mean, there's still a 2-minute time bank on second here. They're pushing across the bridge. I mean, Brown Daddy's going to commit the flux a bit early. Signet gets the pin, and Signet's 1 HP. They're not able to clean him up, and Drakey almost has this blade if he can stay alive. Signet actually gets a massive shatter from... I mean, that's crazy. I mean, they didn't even have to use the Nano Blade. I mean, Signet, like just like last fight, he's just going to carry it himself, and he's just building these shatters so quickly because he's doing so much damage because he's inting into the team and surviving right now. But
what started as a very a poor looking fight for High Ground Rhinos just off of 1 ult, Signet Shatter. They do use the flux beforehand, which is whatever, because that was the opening ult, doesn't really matter. Off of Signet's Shatter, they turn that entire fight. And all of a sudden, there's a minute and a half left for Jasmine. High Ground Rhinos have Nano Blade and a tire, and they're coming up on a beat. It's looking like a good chance the High Ground Rhinos just hold it here, unless Signet falls off the map.
Signet, I think he tried to pin to the other side, and here comes the Nano Blade from Drake. He gonna cancel. Oh wait, there wasn't even a beat to cancel. I thought he canceled the beat. He just straight up killed Jimmy Blanca there very quickly, and I mean, I guess Signet made space. He kind of confused the enemy team with Jasmine and
space 5 head. I meant to do it intentionally.
Yeah, a bit intentional, you could say, from Signet. He's just a savant on the Reinhardt. He exactly knows what's happening. He entrusts his team with that play.
It is unfortunate there that High Ground Rhinos, because of Signet mysteriously falling off the map, they have to invest the tire and the Nano Blade all in the same fight. They perhaps would have wanted to save 1 of 2 of those. But in goes Signet once again.
Signet's in again, and Peepo is 1. They're gonna have to commit it forces the beat and the Blizzard in their spawn. They're not even on cart yet, and I mean, Protein is still cleaning up here on the Junkrat, and this fight is going into banana territory where everything is just happening. They're gonna use the bomb as well. They've used like 3 ults, and they're just now touching the cart into OT, and the High Ground Riders are going to come back here. Signet has this shatter, but it's all they really... I mean, if Signet can get another massive shatter here, it's all they're going to need. Drake's coming up on the blade, and lots of people down, and Jimmy Blanca dies to the martyrdom, and I mean, that's it for the High Ground Rhinos, I'd imagine. I mean, that was a... It was an interesting map, I'd say. I think, oh, there goes Signet off the map again for last time.
I think I can speak truly when I say this was just a show of dominance from Signet. He gets a little shaky on map 1. He comes in to map 2 and absolutely slaps around Jasmine with his massive, massive hammer. Really impressive stuff from Signet, and here we go. One more time for the boys. Oh, it's so juicy. Massive from Signet. Yeah, just these, again, it's like I've been saying, it's every single time it's these random Signet flank plays. God knows where he's going to end up next. He could be behind you right now. Don't look. He's probably not. He's probably still in the lobby.
Really? Are you sure?
Probably. Don't check. But yeah,
I'll believe you.
It's just these individual weird plays that are throwing Jasmine off, I think. Just, they're trying to go up the castle. He drops off the high ground, off the top rope. Bam, they're all dead. How would you even predict something like that? There's not supposed to be a Reinhardt up there. That's not how this is supposed to happen at all. But, that's just Signet things. And because of that, he's tied up the series 1-1, almost single-handedly. Worse, of course, some good plays. The Nano Blade Flux combos, very well done from the rest of the High Ground Rhinos, but you gotta give it to Signet. He absolutely manned up that map.
I mean, you can see the fear in Jasmine whenever they would walk under, and everyone, they would be looking behind every single time in that doorway. They were so scared of Signet just popping behind and going for some crazy play. I mean, that's how you know a Reinhardt's in the team's head whenever they're so paranoid of just a Reinhardt coming out of nowhere. And like you said, it was some clean blades from Drakey. They were contributing to the chaos, and that was like I said, what High Ground Rhinos thrive in. They thrive in the chaos and the unpredictability of the fight. And I mean, they just kind of just walked everywhere, and they just did anything they wanted. And I mean, that's just how High Ground Rhinos wanted to play. And I mean, if that's how they want to keep playing it to catch Jasmine off guard, I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah, and to add to just the chaotic energy, the sort of tension in the air. This is an elimination match essentially for one of these teams. Whoever loses this match doesn't get into the playoffs, and whoever wins gets the second seed in their group. So there's a lot on the line here, and Signet is still pulling out all these wacky ass plays. That is some confidence from that man. You're on the ropes, you're one map down. If you lose this map, you're out of the tournament, and he's still doing that crazy high ground stuff. Kudos to that man. I would not have the cojones to be doing that in an elimination match.
I mean, I think that's just Signet style. Signet just does not really care. I mean, it seems like they're more or less trying to have fun than take this super ultra competitive seriously. But I guess we'll see on this next map if they actually try. That could be a bit of a tempo swap. Jasmine's expecting them to play all goofy and whatnot, and then suddenly High Ground Rhinos are just like, we'll just play completely serious. But once again, High Ground Rhinos are on this Monkey Reinhardt comp, and Jasmine are on the Double Bubble People's Classic, and I don't know how this will fare into the High Ground Rhinos comp. They're just gonna. It seems like Signet's he's on the high ground, and he's gonna pin over to the other high ground, and Signet's just kind of doing what he wants right now, while Drakey goes down to Peepo, and I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Everything is so split, and there goes Mahir. Mahir goes down to Signet, and Signet's just walking around, just swinging on whoever he wants, and Wadit's gonna jump up on the high ground, contest the high ground. Duke is gonna go down to Protein, and I mean, this is just kind of bananas.
Okay.
Signet.
And he still kills false words. He
still kills false words, and I mean, he's so menacing. He's just doing whatever he wants. He doesn't care that People's netted in his face. He's gonna go for this pin anyways, and he may miss all these pins, but he's making the space on the Reinhardt here, and he has Shatter. He's gonna just throw it out there. Why not? And I mean, they're just slowly pushing the cart. Bolting Cake, not knowing that the Reinhardt is there, but I'd imagine he's going to go down here unless he's just going to walk away. Okay, they don't look at the Reinhardt. Signet is just walking away. And, I mean, High Ground Rhinos are just trickling in to this point with the people that they have and building up for this Nano Blade. Nano Drakey, he's going to try to build the blade here with the Nano. But I think the fight is probably lost here. I wouldn't imagine Drakey to don't commit the blade, but Protein's going to commit the High Noon, and Signet's going to take out one with him. But that was just kind of a
It's okay. You can take a breath now. It's been 2 minutes of that one fight.
That was a bit crazy.
Back and forth, picks going left and right. Signet just sort of wandering around, swinging his hammer, and they do get a decent amount of cart push in all that nonsense. It's all the way around the corner already. So one more fight from the High Ground Rhinos, and that's basically a cap. And it's looking like they're gonna try to just walk around the engage from Jasmine instead of trying to take it head on.
Drakey's gonna get one with the blade. He's gonna catch Jimmy when he's rallying, and Wadit's going to try to turn this. Butters and Drakey go down, and they're still getting picture on the side of the High Ground Rhinos with this Primal coming out from Wadit. And, I mean, Butters is going to swap to the Moira to come back fast, and they're going to commit the beat just to close out the fight. And that is the first point for High Ground Rhinos. Just some stall here from False Words. And I'm not in, what is happening in these fights?
There's really not much to, analyze in terms of macro play here, because it's really just it's the entire of first point is just covered in 1v1s, 2v2s, and we're going to see some cleanup staggers here. That's unfortunate for the side of Jasmine, but it's so there's no organized team fights, it seems like, where everybody is just little skirmishes all across the map. It's so not only is it impossible to analyze, it's impossible to observe. So well done to our observers for at least making the attempt. It's so hard to see everything that's going on right now as Signet sets up for another one of his classic Signet plays.
Yeah, Signet has taken the high ground, and he's just gonna swing in there. Oh, Shatter does not connect onto anyone, and they just kind of explode to the Nano Monkey and the bomb. That was a classic High Ground Rhinos play where they just do anything, and yeah, I'm not entirely sure what blocked Signet Shatter, but
yeah, me neither. I really don't have a clue. Sometimes Shatter just doesn't work, It's one of those weird ultimates. But yeah, because of that, coming in here, they only use the Nano and I believe the Diva Bomb on the side of Jasmine, so they've still got some good ults here to come in with. They've got the Primal Rage. But unfortunately for them, Protein Shake is able to take out Dubo straight away with the McCree High Noon, so it might not even matter.
Yeah, Protein flash right clicking the air there, and Signet's pinning in again while Peepo is chasing him down, trying to get Signet out of the fight as quickly as possible, but the Primal's going to go away, and Wadit has the Primal Rage, so he can commit very hard into this fight. You see him right now jumping into the backline, and Protein's actually going to take out Mahir, and, you know, Mahir, you know, playing Tracer into this comp is, I don't really know what you're shooting at if you're a Tracer here, I'm going to be honest, and Pico's going to jump in with the Nano Monkey, and here comes the Cole on the side of Butters. Wadit's going to pop his Primal in return, and there goes Dubu out of the fight. Drakey has his Blade if they want to commit to this fight, and it seems like they don't really have to. That's a lot of damage gone from the side of Jasmine, and just Peepo, and Signet's going to eventually go down. It's just daggers out here into the cart. There it is. Drakey's going to finish off False Words, and they're going to cap again with just Rhinos just kind of just walking at them.
Yeah, and it doesn't even take too much of a commitment from the side of High Ground Rhinos, right? They use the Primal, they use the Shatter, they use the Coalescence. I believe they used the High Noon at the very start of that fight, but they've already got another one, so it doesn't really matter. But Jasmine, they used the Pulse Bomb, they used the Nano Monkey to engage. I don't know if they just swapped to Zarya or if they used a Grav in that fight, but they're really running low on ultimates on the side of Jasmine coming to this third point.
Yeah, they're gonna commit the beat here from the High Ground Rhinos. They used the beat and the Blade and the High Noon that fight, and I mean, they still have to get this monkey off the card, this Duke monkey, Dubu, copying the monkey just to stall out cart, I believe, and eventually he's gonna go down because, well, okay, well, I was gonna say Wada just like doesn't look at him, but Drakey's got him covered, and you know, they're just walking at Jasmine, and Jasmine are just not doing anything to stop them.
Yeah, they're on this double bubble comp on the side of Jasmine, and they're seemingly only making their engagements with the Nano Monkey. You know, they're not utilizing this monkey all the time, only with the Nano. And speaking of the Nano, it comes in here, and Peepo is able to get Protein Shake with it, but it's just it's like I was saying before, it's just so like few and far between fights that you're wanting to take, rather than High Ground Rhinos who are just constantly going in.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about that, and they used the Nano Monkey, and it looks like Jasmine thought they had won the fight, but High Ground Rhinos, they're one of those teams where it's like, you haven't killed the last player, I mean, we're still going to commit, and, you know, big grab on the side of False Words here. They have to kill Signet right now, but he's just going to be able to live, because he's just walking around the point, and nobody's going to stop him from pinning, and they eventually are going to catch him, but Drakey's going to try to turn this with the Blade right now. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, and that's a very good cleanup from Drakey to be able to clutch that fight out. It's just people left on the point. He's cogging right now. It's just stall coming out from False Words, and this side of Jasmine here. Dubu's going to switch to the Doomfist. They have to kill this Doomfist now. The fight's alive if Doomfist is alive, and they're eventually going to clean him up. Dubu is still alive somehow. He's going to go down. Jimmy Blanca almost had the rally, and they need to kill the ball right now. But they're just cleaning up these staggers. I imagine High Ground Rhinos can eventually win this out with the 6 people that they have on point. It's just stall from the side of Jasmine right now, and there's not much they're going to be able to do unless Dubu can come up with some picks here. Let's see. He's so close to getting 1, but you know, Wadit has the Primal, and they're almost about to have Blade here, so maybe give Drakey another Blade. Maybe they're just feeling like giving Butters Cole, and yeah, it's just stall from Jasmine.
And the end of this map is so hard to cap, as, you know, exemplified just there with that fight should not have taken, like, what was that, an entire minute? They had won that fight from the very start, and just these trickles coming in from Jasmine are just so, it's basically a 2CP map at that point. It's so hard to clean everybody off the cut at the same point that it just takes so long. They do finish with time, not that it matters too much because this is a pure escort map, but going back to what I was saying about the difference in the types of engagements that these comps that the teams are running want to take, Jasmine, they're running this double bubble comp for the most part, and that comp, you want to be the one taking the aggressive engagement, right? You want your monkey to be jumping in with the Zarya bubble on a target to get them low, maybe get a first pick, and then be able to safely come back and defend the rest of your team, whereas High Ground Rhinos, they're just going in all the time. there's no setup for the high ground Rhinos comp. They're literally just, we are going to run it down mid straight at your face, and you are going to either get out of the way or die. And so far, it's been working pretty well for the high ground Rhinos outside of control. I don't know if Jasmine would want to maybe return to that poke comp that we saw them running, where you want to, maybe kite the rush around. I think that would probably work a little bit better than trying to hard engage with the double bubble. But for now, it's looking like High Ground Rhinos have a very good chance of taking this just with the sheer manpower of Signet and his boys behind him.
Yeah, everyone's just like, we follow Signet, and the fight's never over for the side of High Ground Rhinos unless you kill all 6 and it's a team kill. The fight is just never over. They're just unrelenting with the amount of W keys that can be pressed on the side of High Ground Rhinos. Signet's gonna hold on the corner here, just trying to get some poke in and hold it close here with the side of Wadit and the Winston. I mean, this is a very interesting comp to hold on them first, but it kind of works theoretically if you just want to sit here and hold the point. The Monkey and the Reinhardt can both tag off, especially with the amount of heals that you have with the Moira. I mean, Moira almost has Coalescence at this point, and it's like you've been in the map for like 2 seconds, and I mean, big what is happening? I mean, they're just fighting on point. Signet is just swinging on point, and he might be able to drop the shatter, but he goes down. Very unfortunate for Signet. Peepo is trying his best to clean up these fights, and he's gonna pop the primal, and Butters is gonna respond with the Coalescence, but I mean, unless they can kill the people on cart right now, this should be over. But Mint's actually going to be able to take out False Words, and Peepo's have to back out because Peepo is so very low, and it seems like Hydra and Rhinos, they just want to sustain on point right now.
Yeah, these ultimate investments from both teams are very bizarre to me. Butters, as just a quick headshot from Protein Shake onto me here, the IRL friend diff. Anyway, yeah, as I was kind of saying, these ultimate investments are so weird because they're being invested into fights that are essentially already either lost or where you're at a significant disadvantage from whichever team is investing. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, Drakey with the blade here, gonna catch one on this. He's gonna catch Dubu. False Words is gonna die to the turret, but don't worry, his bombs got him. And he's gonna take out the turret in revenge. And Protein has the molten lava here, and he's shooting where his turret wants to be placed. And here comes the molten lava. They're gonna be on a. Here comes the goop, I should say, and they're gonna want to stand on point. People's gonna jump in. He's gonna commit the primal, but they're gonna try to burn the Monkey here. People is already so low, and he just used the primal. Yep, there goes Peepo, but Butters is eventually gonna go down to me here, and that's a lot of the healing down from the side of the High Ground Rhinos and a lot of their sustain. And I mean, like they just want to sustain on point, but they lost most of their heals, and but here comes the beat for extra sustain. I mean, they're just trying to build ults here, and they're just trying to live on cart. They just have to outlast the initial dive from Jasmine, and they'll eventually win this out. Especially with both of the main things just sitting on point. Wad's gonna come out with the massive primal here. He's actually gonna take out Jimmy Blanca. That's probably very unlucky for Jasmine. I would probably back out. I mean, you committed the nano, but the fight's really lost at this point. I'd imagine they want to get out. Signet just swinging on everyone on point, and that's cleanup. And if you're Jasmine, I don't know about this dive comp. You're not really doing enough damage to kill the tanks on the side of the High Ground Rhinos.
And critically there, they were able to take down Butters on the Moira, but they had already lost a member of their own team, and the fight lasted so long that they weren't even able to cap before Moira came back. And so, the sustain from High Ground Rhinos, while it was lessened temporarily, Mint's beat comes in, keeps up that sustain, keeps them alive just in time for Butters to come back, and at that point, you can't fight High Ground Rhinos anymore if you're Jasmine, because you're running this sort of divey comp into High Ground Rhinos.
Everyone spams pause there. That was a lot of pauses coming in at the exact same time, and I don't really know what Jasmine need to do here. They have McCree and Reaper, but I don't think the Reaper does do a lot of damage, but I don't think playing this Monkey comp is very effective into what High Ground Rhinos are doing. Monkey he's doing a lot of cleave, but he doesn't have a lot of finishing power to kill the people on the side of Jasmine. So I mean, it's almost last fight, and it's almost like time for Jasmine need to make a move here, and they're kind of stuck on this comp. I mean, you would have liked them to play what they did on Control. It worked really well for them, but I mean, they're just so stuck on this dive. I don't really know what Jasmine needs to do here.
It's totally what I was going to suggest. I think they should have kept to this comp that they played on Night Market in Lijiang all that time ago. It feels like ages ago now. But, you know, the Ball Diva sort of poke comp with the Pharah, I think that would do wonders against this comp, especially if you look at it. They're running a Torb, they're running a Genji. There's no threats on the side of the Pharah if they were to run it. Not even running like a BAP or anything. They're playing Moira Lucio and Rhine Monkey. There is no threat that a Pharah could feasibly have except maybe the Torb landing a few long-range headshots. But that's so unlikely that it's not really even worth considering. So, you know, I don't think Jasmine can swap anymore. Like you said, they've only got a minute or so left on the clock here to make this push. It's looking like they're going to have to take this engagement so cleanly where they take out, like they wait for Butters to use his fade and then they dive on him and take him out. And while Mint does not have a beat, they're able to use their increased sustain to win that fight. But it's not looking like that's going to happen.
Yeah, here comes the blade from Drakey, and you know, that's just, I mean, this just seems like it's last fight, and they don't really have anything on the side of Jasmine besides Peepo's Primal and Dubu's High Noon. But what is that going to do? I mean, Dubu's dead already. Peepo's just going to have to Primal just to touch Carton. He manages to do it barely, but the Goop's going to come out here on Carton. Peepo has to run away to get HP, and they're just going to be staggering onto point here. And High Ground Rhinos, like I said, they've had the sustain on Carton. I mean, this should be it for the High Ground Rhinos, unless someone can pull out some heroics on Jasmine.
Yeah, I thought they had a minute left. They only had 10 seconds, and because of that, Peepo has to burn his entire Primal just getting back to point, and suddenly it's panic mode for Jasmine. False Words on the ball, he comes into touch, and magically nobody has died yet, but as I say that, Bolting Cake goes down.
I mean, Bolting Cake, they were playing for that nano. People, they needed that nano on the side of Bolting Cake, but Watt's able to take out Bolting Cake, and I mean, that's a wrap. I mean, I don't know. Jasmine, it seems like they were so good coming into this with on the control point, but it just seems like they collapsed at the very end.
Yeah, control looked really, really promising for the side of Jasmine, but when they stop running this sort of Ball Diva poke comp, High Ground Rhinos, their ability to just walk forwards and run you over when you're trying to do this Monkey Double Bubble or just Monkey Winston dive, Monkey Diva dive, it just is not enough like favorable engagements for you compared to just the constant rushing of what High Ground Rhinos were doing. And so High Ground Rhinos, they take it 2-1 against Jasmine.
Hey everybody, I'm back. So that was a game we just watched. We just saw at one point Ryan, Winston, Torb, Genji all out on the field at once there for High Ground Rhinos. So some interesting compositions. So a quick reflection there, I guess we have to talk about High Ground Rhinos. That means they've secured their way into playoffs now. Sadly, Jasmine is not going to be making it in. We can take a look at the standings here just to see, looking forward to the day ahead and talking about that. But High Ground Rhinos, just as a post reflection here now, when we look at Group C, I feel like this team still has a lot to show going into playoffs. Do you agree, Rain?
I do. I absolutely do. Especially if like we see them continue to bounce back from poor situations like we saw them do after map 1. It was a clean 2-0 for Jasmine. They weren't thrown off at all. They came into map 2 and said, you know what, we're still going to do what we're doing. We're still going to do all this wacky, crazy flanking stuff with signets, shatters and pins everywhere, and it works outside of control more than it does inside of control, apparently. So it's good to see that they have that mental fortitude to say, you know what, just a bad map, we go again, we continue to just do what we've been practicing, and that's good for them.
Well, so that's Group C. We got High Ground Rhinos and Komodo Knights. We can also take a look real quick at the overall standings throughout today. So when we have a better picture for playoffs tomorrow, we can look at that real quick, because I believe they should all be updated now, and we can talk about that for just a quick second, because we've decided all of our top 2 from all the groups A, B, and C, D. So we had 4 groups, right? I believe. So there's a lot of standings to go through. Reverb 6-1 with maps, 3-0. Women Love Us also making it out. Thank God. I love their branding, so I'm very happy that Women Love Us did make it out. And then for Group B, we have Left Michigan Baby Eaters and the British Seals making out from their top 2. Obviously, we've seen Group C, which was the Komodo Knight and also the team I was just talking about, which I just forgot. It's just slipped my brain. High Ground Rhinos, that is correct. That is correct. My brain kind of just fell off there. And then obviously Group D, I think Group D was our final. Yeah, Rough Riders and Aqua. And Wi-Fi, I have to ask, as we head into the second day, are there any teams that you feel like of those teams we just saw that you feel like might be a favorite to win tomorrow?
I mean, I don't want to feel biased, but
Mm-hmm.
the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am a native of the Saskatchewan Roughriders,
Okay.
and I am an honorary member. I'd like to believe in. I mean, they were 6-0 in maps, and they just kind of rolled through everybody. I mean, it wasn't super like they just completely dumpstered everybody. They were close, but they showed that they were able to pull off wins in clutch situations against high tier opponents, and I expect they'll keep doing that in the future.
Okay, and Rain, do you have a team that you feel like is favored tomorrow as we head into playoffs?
Interestingly, I'm really looking at the British Seals as a sort of not necessarily a favorite in terms of the popular opinion, but as a dark horse for me. They've been showing a lot of promise, especially in this tank line of Azu clones and that's embarrassing. I've somebody else. There is a third tank on there, but I don't remember who it is. I'm sorry, whoever you are. Oh, that feels really bad. But yeah, they've been showing a really good amount of just proficiency in the comps that they've been playing, and generally, I think outside of their group, they're going to look really good.
Well, those are pretty interesting teams. I mean, because also there's still teams like Reverb in that mix, or even Komodo Knight, which is in the same group that we just finished. So I feel like there's still a lot of very strong teams heading into tomorrow. So, and also Wi-Fi, I guess then if I'm going to ask a dark horse team, since Rain put out one, what would be your dark horse team potentially?
That is a good question. I mean, maybe it is what we just saw with the high ground Rhinos. Maybe I wouldn't necessarily know if they're a dark horse because they're not really underrated, but they're just so wacky and crazy. Like we just saw that. Maybe they'll just be able to pull off wins against like teams that you just like. It's like you just wouldn't expect them to take out. But I mean, other than them, I think maybe like Women Love Us have a good chance because I don't know a lot of people don't really rate them as highly. I know people like their branding. I know you rate them. I know you like their branding, but I know internally I've heard a lot of people don't really rate the Women Love Us that highly. So I expect them. They could be a dark horse coming into the next day.
Okay, and then also let's take a quick look at the schedule for tomorrow here as well, just so everyone understands exactly what we're looking at here for tomorrow's scheduling if you want to tune in. By the way, we do have the seeds decided, by the way, because remember, all the first seeds that leaves the Komodo Knights, that leaves Saskatchewan Roughriders, the British Seal Squad, and then Reverb for first seeds, and they're going to be we're going to be seeding them, I believe, Solomon, based off the second seeds, right? So all the first seeds will be playing against second seed in descending SR order, correct?
Pretty much. Basically, everyone who came first in the group will be seeded. So we have everyone who came first is Reverb, the Komodo Knights, SRR, and Seal, and they're in that order because they're seeded in their original SR order, and then they will be used to. I'm literally doing the bracket right now, so I'll get the.
Oh, you're just doing the bracket right now. Yeah. Well, do we still have? I guess we're still waiting for the bracket then. So before we can show the schedule and everything. But yeah, that's how we're going to seed it for tomorrow. Is that the first seeds are going to play against the second seed, obviously, and we're going to do them so like the first seed is going to play against the first seed SR wise is so not just the first from the group, but also like the highest SR, right? I think is what we're choosing. Like the overall SR is going to play against the lowest SR second seeded team. Correct.
It'll make sense. It'll
Something
be
like
the
that.
highest SR first seed versus the lowest SR second
seed. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There are a billion people in the waiting room if you want to pull a few out.
Oh, well, there is someone. So do we want to do? I guess we can do some. We can do some quick interviews here real fast. So do we have? I don't see anyone from Jazz. Who is best cat made in Tourney 4? Is
that's Drake?
That's Drake.
Okay, so that's a high ground. Well, I was gonna bring in Signet. Is what I was gonna bring in.
Please do.
Signet.
Yes.
So Signet, you've emerged. You've made it to playoffs here with the high ground Rhinos, and I just have to ask what's inspiring your compositional choices here with the double main tank Genji?
It's honestly just comfort picks. It's just we're just playing what we're good at, and to win it.
Okay. Well, so Rain, do you have any questions for Signet?
I do. You know me, Signet, as a fellow Ryan player, man to man, coming off of that Eichenwald shatter where you jump off the top like that bastion into the corridor and get all 6 of them. How does that feel? How does that hit you on the inside?
I did not expect it to work. So when it lands and it works, it's just like the greatest feeling ever. It's like that worked. Great. we're winning. It's like you throw and then you win.
That's
Pretty
always.
great.
And Wi-Fi, do you have a question for Signet?
I mean, I don't really have any important questions because I think they
That's
just
fine.
they just kind of want to have fun, you know, and it just seems like that's what they're trying to do, and you know that's really the point of their team and their branding. Let's just play what we like playing, and let's just have a good time, and I think it's you know it's kind of working out for them because teams just aren't expecting them to do what they're doing.
Okay, well, Signet, I gotta ask then, who are you feeling like? Do you feel how? Not only what is your confidence level moving tomorrow, but do you feel like you have? Let's say if it's not going to be you, who do you think is going to win the tournament?
If it's not us, then definitely Joshin's team, Reverb. They're a very strong team. I think they can take it all.
Okay, so you're voting for Reverb. I'm sure that will cause some controversy amongst the community. So, but that is an interesting pick. And then if you were to pick someone like out of left field, right? Once again, not you, that could win. Who would be the dark horse?
Out of left field? I don't even know who's left, honestly.
So who's left? I'll list you the teams who's left. So it's Reverb, Aqua, British Seals, High Ground Rhinos, you guys obviously, Saskatchewan Rough Riders, Women Love Us, Komodo Knights, and Left Michigan Baby Eaters.
Aqua, they're just too silly to win, and if they do it, it'd be incredible. I'd be okay with that too.
Okay, and also we have seeded the bracket here as well, Solomon. If you want to show it on stream, so everyone can see like what the bracket's going to look like for tomorrow. So the bracket tomorrow, the quarterfinals are going to be Reverb versus Aqua first. So both of your choices, Signet, being put to the test very early. British Seals, High Ground Rhinos, then Saskatchewan Rough Riders, Women Love Us, and Komodo Knights and Left Michigan Baby Eaters. So some very interesting matchups really right at the gate, I have to say, looking at this. And if we were to make some predictions here, now that we have it, the semis, looking at the semis from both sides of the brackets, Rain, who do you think makes it to semifinals looking at the top half of the bracket?
I think British Shields versus High Ground Rhinos is going to be a close one. I think that one is going to be an absolute banger of a match, but, you know, I have to give it to British Shields.
I know Signet's here, but you gotta make it.
I'm so sorry, Signet. I think British Seals, they've looked very clean. I think they might be able to beat your silliness just a little bit. And quarterfinals, Reverb versus Aqua, I'm thinking Reverb just take that one. I'm sorry, Aqua, but I'm thinking Reverb just wipe the floor with you, honestly.
Okay, Wi-Fi, who would you have make it to semis?
On the lower side, since we talked about the upper side, I would I'll say like I said, I believe in the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. I believe in them to take it over Women Love Us, even though I know you really want Women Love Us to win a Vast. I
just for the branding.
Just for the branding, you know.
Just for the branding.
You know, I have to have confidence in my own team, the Komodo Knights, that we will win. But I think it'll be a very close match. The Baby Eaters are a very good team, and I actually do really want to beat them because the flex DPS on my actual team is on their team. So I want to beat them and show that I'm the better DPS on my actual team, obviously. And you know, I think it'll be a close game, but you know, like I said, as someone on their team, I have to have confidence in our team that we are going to make it out.
Okay, that makes sense. And also, Signet, you know, that's all the questions that I have, and I think we have for you. But a good luck tomorrow, and good luck to the High Ground Rhinos. I'm sure there are many people rooting for you and continuing to hold the high ground.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, we're gonna see you tomorrow, Signet. Good luck.
Thank you.
Also, there's another person that I wanted to talk to real quick. Because they had a cool piece of news that let's see, Wavy actually. Wavy is a writer for Upcomer, and had actually just written. Oh wait, Wavy's here. Wavy.
Yes. Hello.
Wavy. So you apparently have just written an article for Upcomer. Would you like to describe to everyone here what it's about?
Yes. Well, it's currently in its second draft. It is a piece specifically focusing on the Avast community and with a focus on the Avast sub-tourneys. As someone who's sort of followed the co-streams as well as the sub-tourneys since around its origination, I think I missed sub-tourney 1. But with the genuine interest I've had in it so far, I feel like a community like this deserves more of a spotlight on it for all the cool work and the respect that it has within it.
Yeah, so we're going to get our own article. Our own article about sub tournament written by our own community member that has played in the sub tournaments.
Yes.
On Golira, Wavy.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to get out of the qualifiers. We're not in the playoffs, as of course you just saw on stream here. But I'm honestly just happy that I managed to win my first map playing and managed to win a game, because that was my goal heading into here. And I got what I wanted out of it. And now I can go back to focusing on writing on this draft.
Well, then, if we get a final closing thought from you, Wavy, if you would to pick a winner for the sub tournament 4, who would you select?
Honestly, I think from all that I've heard, following, of course, my team and all the teams within Group B, I think it's hard not to pick Reverb as the potential champions here.
Okay, so Reverb it is. So, I mean, so just guys, be on the lookout for that. I'll make sure to retweet it when it goes live, but we are going to have a nice little article written by a community member about the sub tournaments on Upcomer, which is a pretty cool site that just got started up about, that contains a lot of different esports and just gaming journalism in general. So everyone be on the lookout for that, because it is a community member that's writing that article. So we should signal boost because, that's what we do here, is we signal boost. And I believe, do we have, Solomon, the schedules, like what time it starts tomorrow? Because I don't even know what time it starts tomorrow. I don't know. It's my tournament. I have no idea. What time does it actually start? 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern is when it starts tomorrow, with Reaver versus Aqua and British Seals versus High Ground Rhinos. And then at 4, we're going to have Saskatchewan Rough Riders and Women Love Us, because tomorrow's playoffs. So we're finishing all the matches tomorrow. They're going to be done. We're going to crown a winner. So a lot of very big games coming up tomorrow.
It's hard to show the other matches as well, but for some reason it's just
not. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll have 2 streams for the quarterfinals. They'll be at 3 and 4. And then we'll do semis and grands after that. So it'll be 5, 6, and then 7 o'clock for grand finals.
Perfect. Well, that's pretty much the end of it today. Thank you so much, by the way, Wavy, for writing an article. And like I said, look out for Wavy's article coming out, and for Rain and Wi-Fi for casting this the last match, and also for playing and competing. We are going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to see all of you guys then. So long, good night, etc. Let's send it off.
Bye.
Good luck, everybody.
Send it off.
We keep a walking through fire.